Okay, good morning. Can we hear me through this? Is this?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, perfect. Good morning. I want to ask everyone in the room to turn their cell phones to silent. And welcome to the quarterly board meeting of the Osteopathic Medical Board of California. This meeting is held on August 15th, 2024, and the time is, someone give it to me, 9:06. This meeting is occurring at the California Health Science University, which is beautiful. It's located at 120 Clovis Avenue, Clovis, California, 93612. And we are located in classroom 179. Oh, what do I have? I have something wrong. Okay, I'm just going to read from here. Correcting the location to 2500 Alvarell Avenue, Clovis, California, 93611. Okay, and we are in classroom 179. Today's meeting will be run according to the Open Meeting Act as required by law. The meeting will be conducted using the following guidelines. The board welcomes public comments on any item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. During each agenda item, the host moderating this WebEx event will activate the Q&A feature of WebEx and will ask anyone wishing to make a public comment to indicate so by replying yes. The host will then call on individuals who indicate they wish to make public comments by name that they joined in on WebEx. When called upon, the host will unmute the microphone of the individual, and he or she will have 3 minutes to make his or her public comment. The host will audibly announce when 15 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. After the 3 minutes have lapsed, the individual will be placed back on mute. Only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. All participants must mute their microphone or phone during each presentation of the agenda topic. Board members who wish to provide additional comments should select the raise hand feature next to their name if you're virtual, and I will look for you with eye contact, those who are present, and this will alert the host and chair that you have additional comments. At the conclusion of the discussion from the board members, I will ask for public comment. At the conclusion of the discussion period, I will call for a vote if it's necessary or move to the next agenda item. All in attendance should keep their comments specific to the agenda item being discussed. For board members attending remotely, and do we actually have anyone remote? We do not have anyone remote. I will skip that comment. An opportunity for public comment for items not on the agenda will be provided. Okay, that was all tied to that. Sorry about that. So please be advised that during this comment period, the board cannot engage in discussions or take actions on any matter that is being raised except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda for a future meeting. So now we're going to establish a quorum. I would like to call the meeting to order and ask that board members, okay, the virtual stuff is in here, so excuse me, we did have someone who was virtual, so you may find me saying that occasionally. Machiko, will you please call the roll?
Good morning. Cora Damien, Sean Cummins, Brett Lockman,
Present.
Andrew Marino,
Good morning, present.
Amesh Patel,
Present.
Denise Pines,
Present.
Matthew Swain.
Present.
A quorum has been established.
Okay, great. Moving to agenda item number 2, reading of the board's mission statement by Executive Director Erica Calderon.
Good morning, Madam Board President Pines. The mission of the Osteopathic Medical Board of California is to protect the public by requiring competency, accountability, and integrity in the safe practice of medicine by osteopathic physicians and surgeons.
Thank you. Agenda item number 3, we're going to review and possibly approve the May 2024 board meeting. And we have Associate Government Program Analyst Beth Dutchler here.
Hi, good morning, Madam Board President, board members, staff. Again, we're going to review the minutes for May and then possibly vote them in or amend them. Do we want to go page by page like we did last time, or do we just want to take a moment and see if there's any edits or corrections?
Hi, Beth, if you can just go page by page and ask if there's any edits, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, sounds good. So page 1, any edits or corrections? Page 2, any edits or corrections? Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. And page 9. And I'll turn it back over to Denise Pines.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to adopt the minutes?
Good morning. This is Andrew Moreno. I'll make a motion to adopt the May 16th, 2024 board minutes.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Good morning. This is Brett Lockman. I second.
Thank you. Okay, so we don't need to do a roll call. We're good. We do. Okay. So let's do a roll call.
Would you like to open for public comment?
Yes, Ann, and we do have members of the public in the room.
Thank you. Would you like to take those comments first?
Yes. There's no comments in the room. Do we have any comments online?
We do. One moment while I explain the directions. If anyone on WebEx would like to make a comment about anything about this agenda item, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. We do have a request for comment from someone logged into WebEx as Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You're unmuted.
Good
You can
morning.
go ahead. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. Upon reviewing your meeting minutes, I was surprised to see that board staff has chosen to change how you present the public's comments from your board meetings and insert an audio link instead for the public. The public's comments were inserted into the January board meeting minutes as they always have been. We've been participating in your meetings since January 2022 for the past 2.5 years. The board members' comments are translated and listed in the meeting minutes, but the public's comments are not. It requires any interested party to find the link and listen to the public's input. We, the public, are bringing real issues to your attention, and your board has taken some positive action based on some of our comments. This is a public meeting. Not everyone can attend these meetings. Not everyone is going to see the link for the public's comments. I missed it at first. We believe it is your responsibility to elevate the public's comments as equally as the board members' comments are and the presenter's comments are. I don't think you understand how much it takes for the members of the public to attend and participate in your meetings. Please fix this and include the public's comments in the meeting minutes in the same format that you showcase the board members' comments. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Are there any other comments online?
There are. Let's see, our next request for comment is from Maria Ibarra Navarrete. I'm going to send you a request to unmute. And you're unmuted. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Hi, yes, good morning. My name is Maria Ibarra Navarrete. I am from San Jose, and I am a volunteer with Consumers Watchdog. I became interested in your board after you chose to close my brother's death complaint without an investigation. I tried to appeal due to the fact that I had additional information, but again, this board wouldn't reopen my complaint. So I started attending your meetings because I want to make changes for our families who find themselves in a situation where their loved ones die and it is preventable. Now, I see that my comments are no longer in your minutes. I see the board members' comments, but I can no longer see mine. I found a link that you have to be interested enough to click on to hear what I had to say. Why would you list the board members' comments but not ours? It feels like you don't want our stakeholders to hear the public comments. There have been previous meetings where the board tried to limit our time to speak, and thankfully that was corrected. But now this, I realize I don't understand what kind of commitment that I realize you don't understand what kind of commitment that we, the advocates, make to come to your meetings and participate in them. Personally, besides my advocacy, I am studying and planning on going to law school, which requires a lot of my commitment. Because I want to take the next steps to help families that have endured what my family has. We, the public, are bringing real issues to your attention and expect you to take our comments seriously enough that you will treat them no differently than any other participant in this public meeting. Please go back to the prior format and list our comments in the meeting minutes in the same format that you showcase the board members' comments. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments online?
There are no additional comments. Shall I close that feature?
Please do.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we need a vote.
Dr. Lockman.
No.
To accept them, okay. That is a yes. Andrew Marino,
Yes.
Dr. Patel,
Just a question. I need to abstain, right? Because I wasn't present.
You can. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm abstain.
We're voting on adopting the board meeting minutes. Correct.
Yes.
wait, is Patel abstaining or
He's abstaining.
Denise Pines,
Yes.
Dr. Swain,
I vote we accept them.
he's accepting. Because you have 4 votes, is that a passing?
We have
4 votes.
Okay, motion passes.
Great. Okay, we are now moving on to a next agenda item, which is item number 4, public comment on items not on the agenda. So let me just sort of do a little reminder. During the meeting today, public comment is welcome on any agenda item as the item is taken up by the board. Please be aware that public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the board members and is not a discussion between the board members and the public. The only action board members can take is to listen to comments and decide whether they want a future agenda item on the topic. No other action can be taken on the item at this meeting, though this may seem at times that the board members are not responsive. Following these guidelines is critical to ensure the rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed and to avoid compromising the speaker's goals or the board's mission. In order to allow board sufficient time to conduct its scheduled business, the board will limit the time given to each person to 3 minutes. It is not necessary to repeat statements or views of a previous speaker. It is sufficient to state that you agree. As a reminder, please do not disclose any details of an active enforcement case or licensing matter. Such discussions are considered ex parte communications, as they could provide information to the members that is outside the record in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Therefore, such discussions could create a conflict and lead to a board decision being challenged in Superior Court. The board can receive comments regarding the board's processes in general, but it cannot receive comments on specific case circumstances where the decision is still pending. In addition, the board would like the public to address the board as a whole and not individual members. The board appreciates your cooperation and assistance in meeting its legal mandate. If you want to comment on an agenda item, please wait until we get to that agenda item. Comments at this time are only for items not on the agenda. Please limit your comments again to 3 minutes. At this time, are there any public comments from members of the public who are in the room? Okay. Are there any public comments, moderator, from any public online?
I will check. Thank you. If anyone would like to make a comment on an item that is not already listed on the agenda, you may look for the question mark icon and click that. Type the word comment into the text box and click send. You may press the hand icon once to raise your hand, and our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on items that are not already on the agenda? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now going to move to agenda item 5, which is the president's report. The Osteopathic Medical Board of California spent much of the first quarter of 2024 fiscal year working hard to meet our objectives for enhancing consumer protection. The Osteopathic Medical Board of California has been dedicated to advancing consumer protection goals during this first quarter. Regular discussions with Executive Director Erica Calderon have been instrumental in shaping meeting agendas and progressing board projects. In line with our commitment to transparency, we are preparing for our inaugural open notice meeting with patient advocates in 2025. We're hoping that this will happen in January. This initiative aims to listen to the public as well as for the board to share its intricate complaints process, its role, and enforcement efforts. I would like to take a few minutes to acknowledge the service of 2 board members whose term concluded at the end of the prior fiscal year. First, Dr. Michael Kim, who was appointed to the Osteopathic Medical Board of California on June 8, 2022. And second, Dr. Michael Luzak, who was appointed on July 28, 2023. The board would like to thank you for your service to the board and our consumers, and we wish you both success in your future endeavors. With that said, now I want to welcome 3 new board members. First, Mr. John Cummings, who is not with us at the moment. We hope to see him at our next board meeting. He was appointed by Senate Rules Committee. Mr. Cummings practiced law for over 30 years as a federal attorney with the United States Department of Navy, Department of Justice, and Department of Energy, retiring at the end of 2023. Most recently, Mr. Cummings served as Department of Energy as the Assistant Chief Counsel with offices at 2 of the nation's premier national science laboratories, the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory and SLAC National Accelerator Laboratory. Prior to that, he spent over 20 years as a civilian attorney with the Naval Office of General Counsel. He also served under an appointment with the U.S. Attorney as a Special Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of California. We'll meet Mr. Cummings, hopefully, at our next meeting. Our next board member, Dr. Matthew Swain, was appointed by Governor Newsom on July 23rd, 2024. Dr. Swain has been Chief Medical Officer at Mendocino Community Health Center since 2022. He's a hospitalist and primary care physician at South Peninsula Hospital from 2020 to 2022. He was a chief at the primary care VA health system from 2017 to 2020. He served in several positions at Naval Camp Lejeune from 2008 to 2017, including senior medical officer, primary care manager, Wounded Warrior Baton East, family physician, and family medicine resident. Swan is a diplomat of the American Board of Family Medicine and a member of the Osteopathic Physicians and Surgeons of California. Swain earned a doctorate of osteopathic medicine degree from Midwestern University, a master's of business administration degree from Western Governors University, and a bachelor's of arts degree in liberal studies, chemistry, and military studies from Northern Arizona University. Our next member to join the board, Dr. Brett Lockman, was appointed by Governor Newsom on August 8th, 2024. Dr. Lockman has been the president of Sierra Biochemistry since 2017. He was also the medical director of pain medicine for Adventist Health from 2018 to 2019. In addition, he was the chief CEO and president of Advanced Wellness Sports and Spine from 2011 to 2016, and the staff physician at the Carolina Back Institute from 2009 to 2010. Dr. Lockman earned a doctorate of osteopathic medicine degree from the Michigan State University College of Osteopathic Medicine and a bachelor's of science degree in human psychology. Can I please ask that all the new members please come to the front? We want front here, to the front of me. So come around. Oh. So, okay. That's all right. Gentlemen, can I have you raise your right hand? Please state your name.
I, Brett Lockman,
Right. Do solemnly swear, repeat after me,
solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
States,
and the Constitution of the State of California
Constitution of the State of California,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States, Constitution of the State of California.
that I will take this obligation freely
That I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion.
and that I will well and faithfully
And I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. We look forward to having you here. Okay. We're getting to having a pretty full board. I'm pretty excited about that. Are there any questions from members of the board about the president's report? Are there any questions or comments from members in the audience? Moderator, are there any public comments online?
One moment. If anyone would like to make a comment about the president's report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that type the word comment into the text box and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hands. Are there any comments on the president's report? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move to agenda item number 6. Board communications with interested parties. So do any board members have any disclosures to make at this time? I'm just going to disclose one item. I spoke 2 days ago to the Deputy Director of Consumer Affairs, Kimberly Kirschmeyer, about AI policies for staff. And she has informed me that DCA is in the process right now with the full state of working on some policies and guidelines for staff. Do we have any comments from the public in the room? Moderator, do we have any comments from the public online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment about these communications, you may look for the hand icon, click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment, then click send. Or you may, if you're a call-in user, you may press *3 to raise your hand. Any comments on communications? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Madam President, just had a question.
Yes.
Could you clarify what you mean? But is it just you want us to discuss what if we've had interactions with interested parties? I guess is that what you want us to?
You want to define?
Or could you define?
I'm going to let the
Yeah.
attorney define
Go
it.
Yeah, I mean, I can provide some updates. I'm involved with the Federation for
Yes.
State Medical Boards, and through that, I've been appointed to the Accreditation Council for Continuing Medical Education, their accreditation review committee, and I've become vice chair of that committee. So I guess that could be considered a party that is sort of involved with our work. So
Thank you for serving in those capacities.
no problem.
Right, so I this is Dr. Swain, and I'm a brand new member of the board, and I'm also a member of the board of the Osteopathic Physicians and Surgeons of California. And so I raised the question just in a preventive way, is there any perception of a conflict of interest between those two leadership things? And the answer that came back to me by Erica was that the council said there was not perceived to be a standing conflict of interest, but just to be aware and communicate if something should come up. And so I've communicated both with ONDC and with OPSC, and we'll just proceed with caution.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move to agenda item number 7, Executive Director's Report. Ms. Calderon.
Good morning, Madam Board President Pines, Vice President Moreno, and members of the board. Always a pleasure to see all of you in person. Before I get started, I would also like to take the time to thank Member Kim and Member Lusak for their service and welcome all of our new board members to the board. I had an opportunity to do an onboarding meeting with each one of you, and I am very excited about all the wonderful things that we will get to do together. I would like to take a moment to thank the California Health Sciences University for hosting us today. Like Ms. Pine said, it is a beautiful campus, and it is an honor to be sitting here today in this room, which is their simulation laboratory classroom. I would like to publicly thank our webcast team, Alex, who is present here today, to make sure that we don't have any sound issues like we did last time. I would also like to give a special shout out to Executive Officer Jason Kaiser from the Physical Therapy Board of California for lending us all of their sound equipment until OMBC receives their very own. We had the pleasure of webcasting our meeting thanks to him and allow more stakeholder communication to come in. Lastly, I would like to recognize all of our newly licensed DOs in California as we end our application peak season and congratulate all of our students who just underwent their white coat ceremonies at all of the campuses. OMBC hopes that you stay here in California and that we get the pleasure of licensing each and every single one of you in the near future. Good luck to all of our students with their studies this year, and please know that the OMBC is here to support you along the way. Now for my executive report. This report is intended to provide the members of the Osteopathic Medical Board with an update on personnel and other administrative functions, projects occurring at the OMBC, and no action is needed. In terms of personnel, I am pleased to report that the board is now equipped with 15.9 authorized positions as opposed to 13.9 previously reported. 2 additional associate governmental program analyst positions were added to the board as of July 1st, 2024 for its enforcement program due to a legislative budget change proposal pursuant to SB 815, which was the medical board sunset bill. The board started its recruitment process for these positions right away. On July 3rd, we submitted our RPA packets. We conducted interviews August 1st after a 10-day announcement and made a formal offer to 2 candidates who come with many years of enforcement experience within the DCA family just this past week. Both of these individuals will be presenting to the OMBC in the next 2 weeks. So excited. In terms of office operations, we have been very busy, still maintaining our organization levels, both in our licensing and our enforcement file rooms, and preparing for our new staff. The office is a lot more organized, which is a very well improved our efficiency levels. In terms of an expert reviewer program training opportunity on Saturday, August 17, 2024, the Medical Board of California will be hosting their expert reviewer training session, and all of our OMBC experts were offered the opportunity to sign up and attend the training. For a technology update, allowing our licensees to print their very own wall license cards have saved the board a lot of resources in generating, printing, and mailing the plastic cards, which are not as commonly used anymore. Licensees can forward their PDF versions of their wall license to their employers and others as needed, and these are instantly available instead of a licensee having to wait 4 to 6 weeks to receive them. They have firsthand information and, of course, very well equipped with all the information that's needed for verification. We do have an update on what we call a docs portal. The direct online certification system or submission system service is a secure, fast, and reliable online document delivery system that allows medical students and postgraduate training programs to submit certain primary source licensing documents directly to the board. OMBC just submitted a request to the Department of Consumer Affairs portfolio management team last year to begin the development process of this portal. And as of today, we are waiting for the acceptance of this project. As we hear more, the board will be providing an update, and Machiko will also have a little bit more details in her report later. In terms of the Medical Board of California's iPhone update, at the request of President Pines, OMBC has been monitoring this. There has been some new developments since we last met. OMBC originally launched this in July of 2018 and is currently updating some enhancements to their system to make the operating system a lot more efficient. Failing to conform to Apple standards for operating system updates could result in the app being removed from the Apple Store for consumers to obtain. So these updates have been made proactively to mitigate the risk. And as of May, these developments were wrapping up with OMBC, Medical Board, and testing has begun. Medical Board hopes to wrap this project up in the second half of 2024, which means that OMBC will reach out to Medical Board at that time and learn more about how we can start our very own project to get our own phone app. An update on cures. Beginning August 1st, 2024, all California dispensers of controlled substances will be required to report dispensations to the Controlled Substance Utilization Review and Evaluation System, better known as CURES, using American Society of Automation and Pharmacy version 4.2b format. Licensees who dispense controlled substances should contact their data submission software provider to confirm that they are prepared for this version update. Licensees should also visit the Office of Attorney General's CURES website to access the data submission guide for dispensers, and for additional updates and informational bulletins, please visit DCA's CURES information page. Terms of communication, the executive director had calls and exchange emails with Madam Board President Denise Pines to discuss pending and ongoing projects and meeting agendas. Executive director continues to meet periodically with the board's attorney general liaison, Ms. Carolyn Westfall, and also communicates frequently with Gloria Castro, senior assistant attorney general. Executive director meets monthly with Melissa Dawes, supervising investigator over the Health and Quality Investigation Unit, to discuss progress on pending investigations. Board staff participated in meetings with other local, state, national organizations and discussing and deciding regulatory measures common to OMBC and others. These organizations include, but are not limited to, the Office of Attorney Generals, Department of Justice, DCA, other art healing boards, California Department of Public Health, Department of Healthcare Services, the Federation of State Medical Boards, FSMB, the National Board of Osteopathic Medical Examiners, NBOME, and the Osteopathic Physicians of Surgeons of California, OPSC. Maximus, our contractor that leads our diversion program, and Ms. Michelle Montserrat Ramos, patient advocate from Consumer Watchdog. Outreach update, the board's second edition of its board newsletter, Osteoscope, should be published very soon, which will be posted on the board's website for downloading, and printing copies will be available to share with all of our stakeholders at outreach events in the near future. On June 17, 2024, I participated on a consumer-oriented outreach table event celebrating Pride Month at the Consulate General of Mexico here in Sacramento with the Protection and Legal Affairs Department. OMBC focused on disseminating information to help attendees connect with DCA in general, and particular the OMBC and Medical Board, and learn about the different resources they have available to them. The focus was to provide consumer knowledge, such as how to file a consumer complaint, how to check a license, types of licenses out there in California, and other employment opportunities within the department. OMBC offered a 15-minute presentation on the OMBC and its enforcement program. The board has started its script on its virtual tutorial videos for our consumer complaint process and is working with the DCA's communication department on its development. As progress is made on the video, the board will provide updates, and the plan is to start an application video as soon after the development of the consumer complaint is out in production. Lastly, the board plans to attend the Osteopathic Physicians and Surgeons of California 34th Annual Fall Conference, which will be hosted from September 6th, 2024 through September 8, 2024 in Monterey, California. The board will be presenting an update and hosting a table with board materials. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions from the board or members of the public.
Thank you, Ms. Calderon. I have a couple comments. One, I just want to say I'm excited about the increase of staff. When I think I first came onto the board, we had 10.9 staff members. So getting to 15.9 is amazing, and I can see just the change in staff. I can see the improvement in the efficiency and all the operations across all fronts, and our ability to be able to actually do outreach to our consumers. And I think when we get the app, we'll have even more efficiency in being able to have consumers have, sort of more of a transparency of what's going on with the physicians that they see and who are in their lives. So I want to thank you for the whole team for everything that they've been doing over the last couple of years since I've been on the board. Are there any other comments?
Yep, I'd like to welcome our new members. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to do that earlier, but welcome and thank you for serving on the board. I want to thank this beautiful university as well. It really was something that we've been talking about for a while, to come to different schools and engage students. I would, however, would have liked to see a little bit more engagement, so maybe we can work on that in the future. Because the whole goal of coming to these different locations is really to engage our students. Having been a medical student, I know they're busy, but maybe we can kind of coordinate in the future to really engage our students. When I joined this board, I really wanted to change the perception of the board as being an entity that's out to get you and is only about enforcement. I really think that by coming to the different schools and engaging our students, this perception can be changed. I wanted to also just make a comment about our outreach efforts. I think it's amazing that we're going to different conferences. I do want to provide some opportunities to broaden our reach. There are other conferences going on. I recently attended the ACOFP conference in Anaheim, which is the American College of Osteopathic Family Practitioners, the California branch. So there are other organizations apart from OPSC that we can certainly broaden our reach, and also again put a face to the board. So that's an opportunity, is to go to some of the other conferences that are happening around the state. I think that's all I had to add, but thank you for letting me comment.
Couple of comments, Dr. Patel. We did attend their conference last year. Unfortunately, we didn't get the pleasure of attending this year due to the budget cut. Right when the conference was going on, it's when we were given the okay to resume our travel. So we did get the invitation, and we missed out. We missed out on Disneyland. So that was kind of sad. But we will resume attending those conferences. And you made a great point before that. You indicated that you want student interactions. And one of the things that I've been thinking about is actually putting like a Q&A for students on the agenda. A couple of boards do that, and we're just kind of getting our feet wet with getting to know the schools a little bit, and definitely working with some of the deans to possibly make that happen in the future. It's a definite, I've seen it at other boards. It's a wonderful opportunity. A lot of enforcement questions get asked, and we're happy to bring on even some of our enforcement staff to help us answer those questions.
Thank you. And I did want to add, I want to applaud the efforts at improving the technology. It's night and day since I first started, and it's very sad because my organization describes the licensure process for this board as a cumbersome and tedious process, and I really want to change that. And we are making efforts to change that with the digital, license, and also efforts to start to help automate the process and become more efficient. So I wanted to applaud our hardworking staff on efforts to really change things, because as a licensee, I am consumer as well, and I can tell you things have changed quite a bit. So thank you.
Great. Are there any other comments by board members?
I just wanted to add, thank you, Director Calderon, for the work that you've been doing. Just to piggyback off of what Member Patel was saying in regards to the outreach, is there a way when the board becomes aware of future events or conferences to perhaps engage with board members to see if any of us are available to attend. I think that would be very helpful to have that face-to-face engagement with our stakeholders and interested parties.
Absolutely. I would love to take you guys on on a mission with me and host a table with me. That is definitely something that we can work out. I think Denise and I were talking about this when we form our committees, education committee, that we will be putting those things out to effort. I know that Dr. Bahari, who is not here today, his very first meeting without him, so we do miss him, had attended a few of those conferences. Denise goes to all the Federation conferences, and definitely, we can advance our efforts in getting your participation.
I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Okay, any other comments by members?
I just wanted to say that I I got my first California osteopathic license about the same time as Erica got here. And since then, as a physician leader in the community, helping some of my staff members negotiate some issues from administrative oversights and whatnot, the user experience is far and away better. And the obvious changes, the people and the leadership. So thank you for that. That's made a big difference.
And I want to just say, I was the one that licensed you over a weekend.
Thank you, members, for your comments. Are there any comments from members in the room? Yes, please. Oh, yeah. Mhm.
Push the gray button. Make it green. Yes.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Holly McChris. I'm the Executive Director of the Osteopathic Physicians and Surgeons of California. We really appreciate that you invite us to participate in your board meetings. And we do really appreciate all of the work you've been doing in the 2 years. Erica came on right after I came on, and it's been a great opportunity for me to learn about the board. You are very responsive to our DOs in the state, and we truly appreciate that, where it was not such a great experience. So Dr. Patel, yeah, we too feel your pain, and we work really closely with your staff to help ensure that our licensees are getting their licenses on time, or at least in a more expedited place. And we really appreciate that you do come to our meetings. We'd love to have the rest of the board come. Just let us know. We're more than happy to invite you to also our board meetings, where we have our board meetings. Again, we just really appreciate the opportunity that you've all branched out and given us the ability to interact with you in a way that helps our licensees be better for the state of California.
Thank you. Any other comment from members in the public? Okay. Moderator, let's go online. Are there any comments from public online?
There are, but let me give the instructions again. If anyone would like to make a comment on the Executive Director's report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send, and our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. I will attempt to go in order of comment request received. First is Michelle Montserrat Ramos. I'm going to send you a request to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. You're unmuted.
I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. As mentioned at previous board meetings, we would like to see the materials staff uses during the expert reviewer training to be used to create a tutorial video on what consumers complainants need to provide the board when they file a consumer complaint. Consumers do not know what the board needs to adequately present their complaints to you. If you included the medical reviewers training materials into your consumer complaint tutorial video, you would give the public the exact information they need, and you would also help your enforcement staff obtain the information they need from the beginning of the process, which would cut down your timelines. Outreach update. Regarding the board newsletter, we would like to make a recommendation that the board allow a member of the public to submit a story for your newsletter regarding an issue of interest to the board as well as the public. We enjoyed your first issue, but would really like to see it published more regularly eventually shooting for a quarterly issue. We really appreciate the board staff participation in an actual consumer-oriented outreach tabling event at the Consulate General of Mexico event in Sacramento. We hope that your participation at that community event allowed the board to see the importance of outreaching to the public at real community events and not just at association events. There's a critical need in the community to understand what this board does, what their rights are, what resources are available to them, and how we can provide this information to the public/patients so we can engage with our providers and help stop negligence before it happens and before it has to be brought to this board. We look forward to future public events, and just maybe we can get to a point where board staff might be willing to do outreach at one of our public events. Regarding your SB 815 staff positions, I recently received word that a new member of our team received their letter from the NBC announcing that their complaint was being referred to an investigation and offering the complainant the opportunity to provide a patient impact statement. The complainant contacted me and told me that they were considering sending petitions instead of sending a patient impact statement. I had to spend some time with them explaining the importance of the patient impact statement, how many families fought for them to have this opportunity, and how important it was to submit the statement. I believe that we may need to take a second look at the letter that the complaint receives and see how we can better convey the message of the importance of the patient impact statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
And yes, thank you. Our next request for comment is from Kimberly Turbin. Kimberly, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. And you're unmuted.
Ms. Kimberly Turbin. I am from Los Angeles and I'm a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. Regarding the iOS iPhone app update, we appreciate you taking the steps to obtain your own phone app for enforcement actions. We just ask that you obtain a phone app for not just iPhone users, but also obtain an app for Android users as well. This is something that the NBC has failed to do. We are hoping that this board makes sure that this information option is made available to all consumer and patients in both iPhone format and Android format. As we have mentioned in previous meetings, we again request that board staff take the training materials you provide medical reviewers for their training and use these materials in your consumer complaint process video. You don't have to recreate the wheel. All we want to know is exactly the type of information you need in our complaints. Some families put little to no information in their complaints and just list the chain of events that led to their lifelong harm or their family member's death. You know, I know that a complaint in this format will lead to longer review times for your staff and an outcome that the public does not want. If you would take our suggestion, you would not only be helping us, you would be helping your staff. It would cut down on your timelines because we, the complainants, would write our complaints providing exactly the information the board staff needs to move these complaints through the enforcement process. This would make a huge difference for all of us and your staff and your stakeholders and the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have
And our
any? Okay.
Yes, sorry. Next request for comment is from Tracy Dominguez. Tracy, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. You're unmuted.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, hi. Good morning. I am Tracy Dominguez. I am from Bakersfield and I'm a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. Communication. Well, you are meeting with the Department of Public Health. We ask that you bring them to future meetings to see how the CDPH can work with you to assure that this board is receiving all the information from the CDPH, including 805 reports or a loss of hospital privileges, 805 reports or never events, and other hospital disciplinary actions that the board is not receiving from the hospital or CDPH. I have personally experienced this with this issue that directly impacted the care or lack of care my daughter received from the doctor that was responsible for her care. He had lost hospital privileges at 2 other hospitals, but we did not have the right to know that that cost my daughter her life. Now we have a real problem of the regulatory boards not receiving the information either. We always come to the boards to blame you for not accurately monitoring egregious doctors or repeat offenders. But there has been times when CDPH receives hospital disciplinary actions or cites at hospital or not reporting never events or other deficiencies related to a patient harm. You should be receiving this information, but many times you are not. Please bring the California Department of Public Health to future meetings to see how we can work together to assure this board is receiving all the information it needs to properly regulate physicians' license and protect our families. Outreach. I'm pleasantly surprised that board staff is participating in consumer orientation outreaches. We've been recommending that you conduct this type of outreach, and we hope that after participating in events that the board now sees the importance of outreaching to the public and community events. Not only the Osteopathic Association events, our community does not know about this board even exists and certainly does not know what the board does. It will only help the public, but it will also help the board for the public to know what resources this board provides and how the public and patients can work with providers so we can have better outcomes before it has to be brought to this board. We hope and look forward for future public events, and may we get to a point where the board staff might be
15
willing
seconds.
to do outreach at one of our public events in Bakersfield. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our last request for public comment is from Maria Ibarra Navarrete. Maria, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. And you're unmuted.
Hi, good morning. My name is Maria Ibarra Navarrete. I am from San Jose. I'm a volunteer with Consumers Watchdog. I was really pleased to see that the board staff participated in a consumer-oriented outreach event. This has been long needed, and I hope that your experience speaking with the public at the Consulate General of Mexico event showed you the need for the board to outreach to the public. I knew nothing about this board when I found myself at my lowest point of my life, and I needed to reach out to you and file a complaint. I had no idea of the decisions this board was making. I realized that this board was used to not having public input in your meetings, but that has changed. The public really needs to understand that this board exists and what this board does. When you receive our complaints, we want an informed complaint that understands the processes, but how we are supposed to know to file the complaints you need if we don't know you exist. We hope you continue to participate in the future public events because the public needs to know what this board does, and this board is better served with the public participation. Thank you for moving forward so quickly on the 2 new analyst positions as a team. We work hard to get the medical board's support of the required interview before equality of a complaint is closed, and the patient impact statement. We did everything we could to protect these priorities in SB 815 as it moved through the legislature. We advocated for the boards to move to ensure the positions we filed as soon as you received funding, this board did so. The required interview and the patient impact statement are critical tools that were not available to me, but thanks to my advocacy and my fellow advocates, they are available to other families. Thank you, Executive Director Calderon, for making this happen.
Thank you. Are there any other comments online?
There are no other requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
One thing I just remembered, I was part of the executive.
If you could use your microphone, that would help.
Sorry, I was a part of the executive reviewer, or I was an executive reviewer prior to this appointment, and I had gone through the training with the Medical Board of California. it may be worthwhile to look into efforts to recruit more executive reviewers. I don't know if we have a shortage in this workforce. And also, there are subtle differences too. I know that when I last did the training several years ago, I think the pay was $200 an hour for the medical board, but I think our pay was still $150. I don't know if that discrepancy has been, or if that is even a discrepancy, but there are differences, and it may be good to maybe make the training feel like it's not just a medical board training, but also an osteopathic medical board training.
Dr. Patel, if I may respond to that. The medical board put a proposal a couple of years ago through a regulatory process to advance the pay of their expert reviewers from 150 to 200. That is certainly something that we can start the process on our end. I will tell you that we are essentially working with them in terms of maintaining that relationship with our experts because we desperately need them. We are now at 143 as opposed to 80 last year. So we have done some outreach to gain more experts in the many fields. We are still limited in some areas like cardiology, psychiatrists. So we are at every event that we attend promoting that. We are also in the process of getting new flyers and new pamphlets to explain the process that we can, share it in more depth, but we can certainly start looking at that if the board wishes for us to look into a regulatory change to allow for a higher increase of pay for our experts.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but just having gone through the process myself, it felt like it was a medical board training, and I was kind of there. Didn't seem. I'm not saying that we should have our own training, or maybe we should, but maybe we should build a stronger partnership if we want to, really train our expert reviewers. And I think the expectation was to do the training every year. Yeah.
We can most certainly host our own training. That is something that I am familiar with in terms of the process. We typically bring an attorney from the Attorney General's office, and they're the ones that conduct the training. In this instance, a medical board, I did reach out to them to get some materials, and they offered to go ahead and allow the experts for this training. They are in the process of also changing their ways of how they conduct their training to a more virtual platform. And that is something that we ourselves can most certainly do and cater to our osteopathic physicians. I will say that in terms of the type of report that each physician has to produce, the requirements are identical, which is why our DO's cases can be reviewed by medical board experts and vice versa. But in terms of the pay, that's certainly a difference, and we can look into that and definitely try to see if we can host that in the near future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Patel, for bringing that up. Are there any other members that have any comments at this point? Okay, we are going to move to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 8, Intergovernmental Relations Report and Administrative Services Update from DCA, Judy Bucciarelli.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to join your meeting today. And to begin, I would like to welcome the newest members, Swain, Lockman, and Cummins, who I understand wasn't available to attend today. So welcome. And to the remaining board members, I'd like to thank you for your continued service and dedication to protect the consumers of California. To start this morning, I'd like to provide a budget letter 2420 vacancy savings and position elimination update. The Department of Finance has issued budget letter 2420 implementing the governor's proposal to reduce the state workforce by 10,000 positions. DCA's budget office is working closely with each board and bureau to identify appropriate reductions while maintaining the mandate for consumer protection. The final budget reduction plan will need to be approved by agency and the Department of Finance. The budget reduction will be effective starting fiscal year 2024-25 and ongoing, while the position elimination will be effective starting in fiscal year 2025-26 and ongoing. The reductions will impact DCA, boards, and bureaus, and DCA will share further information and guidance from the Department of Finance as it becomes available. Next, I have a governor's appointment office update. Deputy Appointment Secretary Mary Valdez Singh was appointed Deputy Commissioner of Legislation at the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. She worked closely with the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, DCA boards and bureaus on board and advisory committee appointments. Her last day with the appointments unit was on July 5th. Going forward, Deputy Appointments Secretary Curtis Lang will oversee the Healing Arts Board, and Assistant Deputy Appointments Secretary Aubrey Anthony will oversee the non-healing arts boards. Boards and bureaus should continue working with board and bureau relations on their appointment needs. We wish Mary well in her new role and look forward to working with Curtis and Aubrey. Moving on, I have an updated workplace violence prevention policy and a new training requirement. SB 553 is a new law that became effective in January. SB 553 amended the California Labor Code to require California employers to develop and implement a workplace violence prevention plan and train all employees by July 1st, 2024. As a result of this new law, DCA updated its current workplace violence prevention policy to include all requirements of SB 553. DCA also developed an annual workplace violence prevention training that is located on DCA's learning management system. The training is mandatory for all DCA employees, including board members. This new training must be completed by August 30th, 2024. If you have any questions or need assistance accessing the learning management system, please contact your assigned board liaison or board and bureau relations. Moving on, I have a board member orientation training update. Board members must complete board member orientation training, also known as BMOT, within 1 year of appointment or reappointment. On October 22nd, 2024, BMOT will be offered virtually. This will be the last training of the year, and members can register for this training in the learning management system. Moving on July 31st, DCA participated in a virtual military licensing webinar hosted by Navy Region Southwest. The webinar showcased DCA military licensing resources for active duty military, veterans, and military spouses throughout California and Nevada Navy bases. DCA's Deputy Director of Communications provided an overview of licensing resources, and DCA's Deputy Director of Information Services provided a demonstration of the federal professional license portability and state registration online portal. DCA received positive feedback and looks forward to continuing in its partnerships with the military community. Next, I have a diversity, equity, and inclusion update. DCA's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Steering Committee met on July 26, 2024. The meeting included discussion on DEI training, development of workforce development survey from a DEI perspective, expanding language access, and DEI activities for inclusion in the DCA annual report. This is the second year the DEI committee is memorializing the department's DEI activities in the annual report, which is provided to the administration and the legislature. This year's report will include DCA specific updates on training, outreach, language access, and tools and resources created for all staff. It will also highlight board and bureau accomplishments. I am pleased to share a few examples of DEI-related activities completed by the boards. First, to further expand public input and access, the Acupuncture Board released its strategic planning survey in 4 languages: English, Spanish, Chinese, and Korean. 75% of the surveys were completed in a language other than English. Next, the California State Athletic Commission extended an existing agreement and executed 2 new agreements with tribal nations to regulate combat sports on tribal land and ensure participant safety. Next, the Medical Board of California administers the Mexico Pilot Program, which allows up to 30 physicians licensed in Mexico who specialize in family practice, internal medicine, pediatrics, and obstetrics and gynecology to practice in California for up to 3 years. In 2023, 9 additional physicians were licensed under the Mexico Pilot Program, reaching the 30 physician threshold. And finally, the Contractor State License Board translated 10 examinations commonly taken by candidates into Spanish, including the law and business examination that is required of all applicants. For all other trade examinations and languages, accommodations are made for applicants to be joined by an approved translator during the examination. The annual report will be available early next year and will be shared with your executive director. The next DEI committee meeting is on October 25th, 2024. If you have any ideas that you would like the committee to consider, please share them with your executive director. And finally, I have a phishing alert. As a reminder, boards and bureaus are urged to continue to be vigilant and cautious of potential phishing attempts and deceptive emails, texts, and calls to trick individuals into revealing sensitive information or installing malicious software. If you suspect any phishing attempt or encounter a suspicious email, please report it immediately to your executive director or DCA's Office of Information Security. Reporting these attempts will help us to take swift action to protect everyone. And this concludes my DCA update for today. Again, thank you for the opportunity to join you. And at this time, I'll turn it back to President Pines, and I welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you, Ms. Ucciarelli. I do have a question. Could you go back to the first part of your statement around the trying to improve upon the budget and the, I want to say the elimination of current vacancies that are sitting across all the boards? I'm assuming this is actually sitting across everything that exists in the state of California. But can you expand upon that very specifically, just so our board members know what that means?
Okay. I think it may be more appropriate during the next item on the agenda, maybe that the budget office may be able to provide a little more insight. I can tell you that the elimination of the 10,000 positions is statewide. And we don't have all the information yet. We're waiting to hear from the Department of Finance, and I'm sure DCA executive leadership will funnel the information throughout the department.
Judy, I can step in and help with that.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Erica.
You're welcome. All the executives did meet with DCA leadership a couple of weeks ago, roughly about 2 weeks ago. And this was presented from our budgets department. It is a statewide vacancy suite, and DCA is undergoing right now what we call an exercise. All of us were given a list of all of our vacancies. I'm pleased to say that we did not have any vacancies, with the exception of the 2 positions that we obtained through the BCP process. I immediately submitted an exemption request so that those positions were not included as part of what we ourselves have to eliminate, for the reason that they are essentially exempt. What we ended up giving the information that we got from the department is that we had to look at those positions as of June 30th that we had in that vacancy role. and try to figure out if there is a way to help improve the budget if those positions were not necessary to continue to fill. So that's kind of what all of the executives are doing right now. They're looking at what they have in terms of vacancies and what roles they can eliminate that would be the less impactful for their regulatory boards. For us, we were given the green light to go ahead and make our offers. We were already in the recruitment process, which is another thing that helped us with the exemption. And like I said, and I announced earlier, those individuals are going to be presenting to the board in 2 weeks. Now, that doesn't mean that we won't be given possible instructions to look at our operations to see how in other areas we can save some money, whether it's possible travel, or just internal operations in terms of like printing and saving some of our resources in our equipment and whatnot. So far we're okay. I don't think that we're going to be impacted too much, but we are obviously still waiting direction from budgets, and budgets will probably touch a little bit on this, like Judy said, in the next item.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments by other members of the board? No.
Yes.
Yes.
This is Brett Lockman. I'm a new member of the board. Could you expand a little bit more on the work to include or to regulate, I guess, combat sports on tribal lands? What does that mean? Does that mean tribal hosted, or can outside entities host on tribal lands? And within that on-site regulation, I used to be a ringside doc for some mixed martial arts things, so I'm curious how that gets regulated, and where can I find more out about that?
Member Lockman, I do not have that information for you, but I can certainly reach out to my manager and get additional information that I can share with Erica, and she can forward that on to you and other board members if they're interested.
Thank you so much.
You're
Dr. Luckman, I can also reach out to the executive director from CSAC and see if they can give us more information, and I can get that for you. Andy is the director, and he's well versed in all that information. I have no idea on my end, what they're doing and the regulatory process of that.
Okay. Any other comments by board members? Any comments by members in the room? Any moderator, are there any online public comments?
If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the question mark icon, which I will bring up in just 1 second, and then click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. You may also click on the hand icon to raise your hand, and our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments on the DCA update? And I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again for that update from DCA. Next, we have the Budget Office update with Harmony DeFilippo and Jennifer Tompkins with the Budget Office.
Hi, thank you, Madam President Pines, and good morning. My name is actually Kirsten Cox, and I'll be presenting today.
Oh, okay. Somebody
It's
different.
okay. And I'm a budget analyst with the DCA Budget Office, and I'm joined by my budget manager, Harmony DeFilippo. I want to thank the board and the executive staff for allowing me a few minutes to present on agenda item 8B, the board's expenditure projections and fund condition statement. First, I'm going to start with the board's expenditures, attachment 8B, page 1 of your materials. These projections are based on actual data through fiscal month 11. This report includes 2022-23 actual expenditures in green, as well as 2023-24 budgeted and projected expenditures in blue and orange. As we move to the end of the document, you will see the board had a beginning base budget of $3.646 million and is projected to spend a little over $3.6 million, creating a reversion to the board's fund of approximately $2.2 thousand, a reversion percentage of 0.06%. Based on 2023-24 budget bill language, item 11-11-401, the board requested a current year augmentation related to the Attorney General expenditures that has been included in this projection. The next document I will be going over is the board's revenue projections, attachment 8B, page 2 of your materials. This report includes receipts collected through May and projected revenue to year end. I will go further into the projections as we transition to the next slide. The next document is attachment 8B, page 3 of your materials. This is the board's fund condition statement. As a reminder, we read this document from top to bottom, left to right. The left column is the board's prior year 22-23 actuals, and it shows the board ended 22-23 with $4.581 million reserve balance, or about 15.3 months in reserve. For fiscal year 23-24, the board projects revenues of $3.766 million with $1.306 million projected from initial license fees, $2.237 million from renewal fees, and $223,000 from the issuance of citations, fines, delinquent fees, and other revenues. The board's 23-24 expenditures are based on the governor's budget with FM11 projections at $3.612 million between authorized expenditures and direct draws to the fund, leaving the board with a fund balance of approximately $4.7 million or 13.8 months in reserve. The Budget Office will continue to monitor the board's revenue and expenditures and report back to the board with the final expenditure projections as we close out the fiscal year. A few things to note of the board's fund condition. The fund condition is a snapshot in time. One of the main factors driving expenditure increases in future years is a result of personal service adjustments. These include general salary increases as well as employee compensation and retirement rate adjustments. The Budget Office includes a conservative ongoing 3% increase to expenditures on the fund condition statement to account for these ongoing incremental adjustments. You will also notice revenue is projected static in the out years. Lastly, I would like to note to the board that any future legislation or unanticipated events could result in the board's need for additional resources, which would create cost pressure on the fund. The Budget Office will continue to monitor the board's fund condition statement and keep the line of communication with the board's executive staff open for any future needs or expectations. Again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present at today's meeting, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cox. I want to just acknowledge that we are appreciative of the adjustment of the legal fees that we have been incurring for years to the appropriate level now. And hopefully we can sort of keep it there for at least a little while. We'll see, but I just want to acknowledge that we recognize that that has happened and that we feel now that we're in line from a budget standpoint. So thank you.
Of course.
Any questions from board members? Okay. Any questions from members in the room? Any moderator, any questions from the public online?
If anyone on WebEx would like to make a comment on the budget report, you may look for the raise the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. If you are a call-in user, you may press *3 to raise your hand. Any comments on the budget report? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Tompkins, I think you're up next.
I actually went for Jennifer Tompkins.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay. So we've covered everything from a budget standpoint? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Both. We appreciate it. Okay, we are now going to move to a 15-minute break. We are going to return at 10:45. It is 10:30 right now. Okay. Welcome back. We're going to call roll again.
Dr. Lockman,
Present.
Andrew Marino,
Present.
Dr. Patel,
Present.
Denise Pines,
Present.
Dr. Swain.
Present.
A quorum has been established.
Great. So I just want to make a comment that we are right at quorum. So if anybody has to go to the restroom, we have to stop the entire meeting. And I'm not telling you to not go to the restroom. I just want you to be aware of where we are at the moment. Okay. So let's resume with agenda item number 9, licensing update with Machiko Chong, our licensing program manager.
Good morning, board. We'll first start off with our license. Good morning, board. There we go. You can hear me. We will start off with the licensing statistics with attachments 9A and 9B, one of which is being displayed right now. They provide a snapshot of the licensing population and application stats for the 2023-24 fiscal year. There are currently 15,840 licensed osteopathic physicians and surgeons, 967 postgraduate training licensees or PTLs, and 1,314 fictitious name permits. Over the past year, we've seen a 22% increase in the receipt of physician and surgeon applications and an 18% increase overall of all applications received by the board. Although the stats show a slight decrease in the number of approved applications, much of that is due in part to the application deficiencies which have not been satisfied by prospective licensees. For our online services update, the board has continued working closely with DCA's Portfolio Governance Council, or PGC, to create and implement an online database similar to NBC's Docs portal. This portal would allow for the secured submission of electronic primary source documentation needed to obtain licensure and facilitate board staff with an electronic repository for documents that have been received but are pending the submission of a licensure application. The board's request is currently awaiting completion of an impact assessment by the PGC Leadership Review Council, which I'm hoping to receive an update soon, but one has yet to come through. And then recently, OMBC has been in contact with Veridoc Incorporated, a national licensure verification system, to establish a contract which would authorize Veridoc Inc. to transmit license verifications for licensees on behalf of the board to alternate agencies. Discussions are still in the infantile phase. However, I believe this transition will be very beneficial for the board and its processes. That was short and simple. I don't have any other updates, but I will welcome. I know, but I will welcome any questions the board has.
One, I think both of these things happening will create like an incredible amount of efficiency and free up a lot of time for some other tasks with staff. So I'm excited about the direction we're moving in, definitely with Veridoc. Are there any board members that have any additional comments?
Yeah, I had a question. What's the rollout, I guess, plan, or when will that take effect? And the Veridoc is where we just kind of check a attestation, and then the CME is audited on the back end randomly. Is that still correct?
No, actually, Veridoc is separate from the CME audit. That's
Okay.
with the regular. Sorry,
Regulatory.
yes, the regulatory packet. The Veridoc is for your license verifications for other states, in terms of you obtaining licensure internationally or domestic. So they would complete all of the license verifications attesting to no disciplinary action or whatever that you
Understood.
have, and that's a contract.
So before, if say I wanted to apply to a different state licensure, I would have to contact the board and with like a by mail, but now it's
Correct.
okay. So that's
So
good.
right now it is online. It's through your Breeze portal. But with Veridoc, I believe you would go to their website, make all of your payments there, which would subsequently be sent to the board. But they would transmit all of the license verifications on behalf of us for you.
Great, and that's been rolled out, right?
Not yet,
Not
but
yet,
it
okay.
will
All
hopefully
right,
soon.
great.
Yeah.
What about what I was talking about before, where is it
Seeing
okay to ask?
audit?
Yeah.
I believe we're speaking about that today. Is that on?
That is correct. We have it on the agenda one
fine.
more time.
No
And
worries.
hopefully our final time. At a later time, we'll be discussing that.
With regard to Veridoc, I know you say it's in the infantile stage. What led to the choice of Veridoc as opposed to another contracting group? Or I know there is one that I'm quite interested in because it's quite secure. It's called HPEC. It's got a weird name. I think it stands for Humanitarian Physicians Empowering something. I don't know. But in short, it is a it's a repository in blockchain for physician credentialing information that is tremendously secure and puts the actual physician in charge of owning that. And the physician shares it, but once it is shared one time, and then it basically disappears from that user's need. So it's really good for, I know there's been cases of hospitals bringing on board locums docs, for instance, and the doc might be there for 2 months, 6 months, whatever the case might be, especially with like emergency physicians in, let's say, a pandemic state where they need to bring in anesthesiologists or what have you. And then they go back to wherever they came from. But that hospital continues to bill under that doctor's credentials. Whereas in the case with HPEC, that doctor literally has an on-off button. When they leave, boom, it is gone. And they have absolute control, and it prevents so much fraud, waste, abuse that takes place, particularly if you are locums or if you're an independent contractor providing services on a limited duration basis. So it's pretty secure. I'm not sure that if there's an alternative to that besides HPEC.
So is that a compilation of all of their medical history, or so similar to Federation?
Exactly. It's similar, except it's literally owned, and you don't have to, once it's there, you don't have to ever resubmit it. Basically, the requesting entity will get the alert from the doctor that says all my stuff is held in a secure vault in HPEC, and they turn that on and give permission to the requesting entity, be it a hospital, a nursing home, what have you, and they go in there. And it's just like if I were to share, let's say, a Dropbox link with you.
Okay.
And then I can say, nope, that's it. We're done.
Okay, so this would be less of a repository, more of just a verification of your license itself. So what they would be able to obtain from our website, our Breeze portal for your license lookup, with your 805s or
Sorry, that's a question to me.
No. So with the Veridoc, this is more just a license verification, not your
okay.
medical history,
Okay.
just your license verification for the state of California to say Kentucky or Kansas or
Okay.
whomever is trying to license you in their state. So we're not attesting to your entire medical history, just your standing in the state of California so that you can
Okay.
obtain the license. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But that was good information. Thank you about the HPEC.
Do we have any other board comments or questions regarding licensing specifically? Okay, anyone in the room? Do we have anybody in the room? No, okay. Moderator, do we have any comments from the public online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the licensing information, you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment, and click send. Or you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on licensing? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chong, again for your report. We are now moving to agenda item 10, Administrative Services with Terry Thornfison, Administrative Services Program Manager. Ms. Thornfison.
Good morning, board members and members of the public. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good volume or not?
It's fine.
I did. It's on. So do I have to speak louder? Are good?
It's fine.
So for the admin report, you see a memo and you have some statistics for, I think I want to begin with for the benefit of our new members of just kind of defining what functions are in admin services. We have the renewals and we have license verifications, name changes, address changes, and our reception within the admin services and fictitious names. So it's a little bit different than, say, licensing and enforcement. So as you can see, there's an attachment link for the numbers of the quarters, and the numbers both for processing as well as the numbers for the numbers of processing the different applications are pretty much the same. There's very little variation. And that is good news. For the physician and surgeon renewals, those are still, because we haven't approved and implemented our reg package, those are still done by staff for every single renewal, which includes the review of CMEs. For fictitious names, I wanted to highlight at the time of the last board meeting, I reported that we put some of those functions online, kind of in keeping with our automation and streamlining of our operations. And so during that period since the last board meeting, we've seen what that has done. And there has been, at least for the fictitious names, has been some glitches. So I want to highlight some of the kind of counterintuitive changes that the online FMP application is bringing that may show up not in these numbers, but in the future. So as you would expect, online functionality, you'd expect to be faster and more streamlined. And I believe it is, because one of the things it saves is staff input. But one of the things we expect that may affect the performance measures is that what we have currently, because we're still receiving mailed applications for FMPs as well as online, is when it's online, the applicant fills in all the information, and then the staff has to review and verify and process. With the paper applications, if they're not complete, we send them back. So those applications and the performance measures are for completed applications. Under the online process, we kind of accept all comers that apply, and those could have deficiencies in them. And they have 90 days under the system to correct those deficiencies, and then it would cancel and they'd have to start all over again with a new application. That process could increase our performance measures. So I just wanted to kind of give everybody a heads up, like, oh my God, something's really going wrong. It's not. This is just kind of a new change in what our processing is.
So can I ask, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just asking a question on this. So do you get a report that shows in process, not completed?
No. It's a kind of instantaneous application. They fill out the required screens on Breeze, and if they don't fill out the required screens, they don't get to progress and finish the application. However, among the things that make an application deficient, even though we have these required screens, is not attaching the articles of incorporation. not choosing a correct name that complies with our regulatory standards. And so that's something that then is within the staff processing. So as I mentioned, what the application does do online is it is instantaneous payment for credit cards, and then putting the input of what the application requires. But again, because of the name style requirements that we have, that's one of the areas that we have deficiencies. Another area, so that the name they choose or they haven't chosen, it doesn't comply. So they have to address that, you know, the name change style, and that's or name style. And that's mostly because we require some kind of indication for consumers, this is, so that people know that the business is a medical clinic or some kind of medical entity. That's one requirement. And then they have to indicate, if they're a corporation, some kind of indication of personal corporation, PC, Inc., or actually say medical corporation. And that's only for obviously for the corporation. So those are, I would say, the most common deficiencies, is people just are not getting the names right on that. So that has to be corrected.
Carrie, if I may step in a little bit, Ms. Pines, we do have a dashboard that the analysts work off of, and they can see how many applications are sitting in the queue. And we do have the capability of running reports to kind of see what's outstanding and what has been processed. So Breeze does have those functionalities, and we use them all the time. There's another area of Breeze called Qbert, and that's really where we rely to run all of our reports for our annual report, our quarterly reports, our PM reports, which is our performance measures, to keep tabs. And this is how essentially we get our statistics for the board meetings. So we do have a safety feature that we can see what's outstanding. We try to do, with every application that's going into Breeze, our very best to provide as much detailed information and put safety features that it won't allow the application to continue if those items are not in there. But there's only so much we can do on the virtual side, that still takes the licensee on their part to read everything and give us and provide us everything. The benefit of having online versus the paper, like Terry mentioned, we were mailing them back, and we could potentially lose F&P applications that way by not getting a response for them to resubmit. They would just, at times maybe perhaps give up. So putting it on Breeze allows the staff to keep track on it, and also allows the staff to go back and ask for the deficiencies. So it's not that it's going to affect our statistics more so than possibly it was already I mean, we're still essentially in the same situation, because as before, we weren't tracking those that we were sending back. Now we are. And so as we have those in the queue, it is going to take a little bit longer in terms of the capturing of the processing days, but that's just because it's now in a queue that's being tracked versus us sending it back to the applicant and waiting for a response where we weren't even keeping track of those numbers. So if that makes sense, I can elaborate a little bit more, but
No,
yeah,
it's
okay.
good. Thank you.
So I'd like to just make one final point. The perception of the efficiency and the streamlined benefits of online maybe masks the fact that there still is behind the scenes substantial staff workload required in all of these functions. The basic function of the electronic is it takes input of data that staff used to do before, and it's by the applicant, and that it's credit card payment, which is instantaneous. Sometimes credit cards could delay for processing as many as, from 2 to 3 weeks. So that is huge. And I think it's a convenience for both applicants as well as staff, because there's a kind of a little bit of an elaborate process to transfer the checks and stuff to cashiering and then get that information back. But I wanted to highlight that because as we go later on to another agenda item that deals with workload, I want to ground the board members in the fact that just because we have online applications doesn't mean we have eliminated the staff workload that justifies the fees and stuff. So that concludes my report. I will entertain any questions.
Okay, great. Are there any questions by board members? Any questions by members in the room? Any moderator? Are there any comments by the public?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Any questions on the report?
Great.
I don't see any questions.
I have a question. This is Brett Lockman. What would diminish the staff burden?
Everybody getting their application with all the corrected information in terms of receiving that information. One of the things sort of behind the scenes that happen is we don't get complete applications. And so that's what takes the time. When people do it right, and they have, like, for fictitious name permits, for example, they have everything filled out. It just needs to be processed. That would be instantaneous. We could do that, the combination of online and approvals, probably within the same day. But what we're doing is coming up with a lot of deficiencies, as we would call it, where something's missing. The requirements are not all met. And so we're waiting, and we have to contact the applicant to make those corrections.
So it sounds like the online portal where they're filling in their information is not a smart portal. It's just a blank field form.
Correct.
It's maybe there's a way to correct that so it does not allow them to submit until it meets all the criteria. So if it says, it has to say medical corporation at the end or what have you, you cannot pass go until this form is done properly.
Right. I think our IT system that we share with Canada and other states is not smart like that yet. So it's kind of a limiting thing. It's either, if the way that our Breeze system works is if it's required, you can't go further. But it's not smart enough. As long as you put something in there, it would say, oh, it's met the required application for Breeze anyway to move on. And then if we have variation, if for things, information that is varied, like a name, for a fictitious name, that's something that wouldn't necessarily hold up an application, but it could, if it was wrong, the system can't determine, like you're suggesting, oh, is medical corporation in there? There's just a lot of variations. And yes, I hate to say the IT part is not smart. It's either it's required or not required, but in the required field, there's often mistakes. And so I think, it would really streamline it if everybody did everything correctly right up front. So what we're getting in terms of performance measures is mostly incomplete.
So this is an interstate
system?
platform?
Yes. Interstate and intercountry. I think Canada's involved in it.
The two components that are holding up the FNPs right now that we're kind of working with our Braze team, we actually met with them 2 days ago, is the name, the requirement of the name. We asked for a field where they're giving us 3 different name types, and if they're not reading the instructions on how these names are supposed to be provided to us or written in a certain format to include specific requirements for corporations, that's the problem. So it's the licensee who is, or their admin staff, whoever is processing the application, it behooves them to read those instructions. On our side, we are flagging the instructions in different fonts, different colors to kind of make them stand out. But as we all know, not all of us read everything. We skim through it, and those are the consequences of that. The other component is the attachments of attaching the articles of incorporation. The problem with that is we have to have that function in there because all of our applications, once they are completed and submitted, the attachment function captures that info of the application for our analysts to print out the application to create a physical file. So if we were to say, don't allow the application to go through without the attachment, then we burden ourselves of not having that printed copy that automatically attaches to the attachments. So those are kind of two areas that unfortunately, we have to live with when it comes to the Breeze portal that we have established for this board for work purposes. Not to say that it's impacting us a lot, because we really don't have applications in the queue. Our staff is very diligent. Now that everything is automated, our receptionist is doing his job on a daily basis. There's no stoppage in terms of the work itself. I don't have any reservations or anything to report on in terms of backlogs at all. So, I mean, it is what it is. And part of it is education. We got to just put together more material, work with OPSC to kind of give material out to our licensees. Our social media accounts have been used for that purpose as well. So it's just getting the word out and maybe perhaps doing tutorial videos that can help, that can go along with these applications. One other thing before we go to the next agenda item, I have asked in all of these applications for the licensees to submit their email accounts. We have found that it is more efficient that way for communication wise, because we were hearing a lot of our doctors, calling in saying, I never really got my renewal. I never got my postcard that you indicated. And later on, we had a few of them that would tell us, well, if it's a postcard, I probably threw it away. So we eliminated the postcard of sending that out. We are now doing 3 emails at 90 days, 60 days, and 30 days to remind our licensees to start submitting their renewal. And then Dr. Patel mentioned that when are we going to move to self-certification? And that's part of our regulatory packet. So again, all of this, if we end up approving the packet, will help and only grow our processing times more efficient.
Good question.
Any more comments from the board? Dr.
Yeah,
Patel?
just a comment. Erica, thanks for getting rid of the postcards, because you're right. I mean, who looks at the mail, the physical mail these days? It's email. And one opportunity that might be something to consider is on Breeze creating a dashboard that says, you're due for your license that, it expires on this date. I don't know. I think there are some opportunities in Breeze to make the dashboard a little bit more user-friendly.
I would say related to the email, very convenient, but we do get undeliverable emails. So one of the things you might consider is putting, the address that you're going to be sending it to in your address book to get through the spam filters. A lot of the hospital emails and school emails are throwing it out. And so even though we're, the challenge always is anything 100% in terms of when we revise it to fix a problem? Yes, we got rid of, the sending out 14 pages of a renewal application and got rid of the postcard. Now we think, oh, well, the email is going to solve it, but there's a significant, I would say 25%, 20% undeliverable emails. So that means those people are not getting that. So there's still always room for improvement, but email seems to be the way to streamline the communication and get the information we need in the shortest amount of time. So just a kind of a shout out about emails to make sure that they're effective, because now that our system is relying on that, they have to be deliverable to us.
Is there also an option for text, SMS?
No, we haven't done that.
Should.
So
Because most people don't change their
their phone
numbers,
numbers,
but they do change their email addresses.
Ah,
Just a thought.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Denise. But the other boards like our other like specialty boards, like for American Board of Family Medicine, they have a really sleek dashboard, and licensees know that they need to get their licenses renewed on time, otherwise we can't work. So so there have been instances where licenses weren't renewed on time, and their the place they work at said, you can't work until this is fixed. So we know it's a big deal, but I feel like similarly with email, the postcard, a lot of people don't read their emails. I think maybe text or making the dashboard a little bit better would help.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We are going to move to thank you again. We're going to move to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 11, enforcement program updates with Executive Director Erica Calderon.
Thank you, Madam Board President. Erica Calderon giving the the enforcement report, agenda item 11. This report is intended to update the members with the enforcement unit and its statistics for the first, second, third, and fourth quarter. So we're looking at an entire year in comparison to last fiscal year. In terms of an update, effective July 1st, 2024, I reported this earlier, the enforcement unit was granted the 2 associate governmental program analyst positions through the legislative budget change proposal pursuant to SB 815, which means that the unit will soon have 5 full-time enforcement analysts in addition to 1 full-time probation monitor and 1 full-time complaint intake analyst for a total of 7 analysts. As previously stated, the unit previously implemented the impact statements and soon will implement the rest of the mandated requirements of SB 815, such as the required interviews on quality of care cases that allege gross negligent and or incompetent. The unit is excelling. Enforcement staff continue to receive training in all areas of the enforcement process, and the unit continues to get stronger each and every single day. As previously reported, each analyst is doing what is called cradle to grave now. They conduct their own desk investigations, refer cases for field investigations, execute their own administrative citations, offer their own pre-accusation public letters of reprimand, refer their own cases to the Office of Attorney Generals, and subsequently file their own disciplinary orders. We'll tell you that being a prior analyst in multiple places, there's no more satisfaction to an enforcement analyst than to handling their own case from beginning to end and not having that break in units where some of the other analysts at bigger boards experience. So having your case from the very beginning and running it through its course to the end and getting that satisfaction that their job meant something to either our consumers or our doctors is just a great satisfaction. And I can see all of my enforcement analysts just improving in morale. They are happy with what they're doing, and just it's night and day for Osteo in terms of enforcement. To help keep staff on track, the analysts continue to receive their individualized pending reports monthly, which highlight high priority cases, short statute of limitation cases, and possibly those categories that need more expeditious reviews. In addition to receiving these reports, we also conduct weekly enforcement roundtable meetings where analysts can bring complex cases and we could have an open discussion on what to do with them. In terms of communication with stakeholders, the unit continues to meet monthly with HQIU, the Attorney General's Office, and our legal counsel as needed. For program statistics, please refer to attachment 11A, which covers the enforcement program Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4 statistics for fiscal year 2023-2024. Performance measure 1, PM1, covers the amount of consumer complaints and arrests and convictions received in comparison to last year. I did highlight a huge increase here, and I want to go ahead and take the moment to explain what that is. We didn't have an application consumer case type. What this means is that the board was manually keeping track of those applications that had enforcement related matters and not essentially creating case files for these a couple of years ago. So it doesn't mean that they weren't getting reviewed properly. Enforcement was still actively reviewing this, but we weren't creating case files. Why that's important, it's because it's not capturing, or why is it important to create the case files, is because it actually captures that workload. So we actually asked Breeze to give us the application case type and started to open cases and hand over those applications to enforcement. These are cases where there's a DUI involved, or there is a response to one of the enforcement related questions in the applications. And so now there's a physical file that gets handed to enforcement, and then it comes back with a recommendation to myself, whether or not the applicant should be granted a license or a potential recommendation for what we call a initial probationary offer. I will say that we're on our second probationary offer. So just to kind of give you an idea of why that number has increased drastically from last year, is because it is important for us, for position purposes, to capture exactly the workload that's involved with enforcement. One of these reasons for the increase, like I said, is for the initiation of the applicant files, whereas before we weren't initiating. It is important that we keep track of these cases, and it looks like we ended up with a 37% decrease in arrest and convictions in comparison to last year as well, and then an overall 25% increase in consumer complaints altogether from last fiscal year. Performance measure 2, PM2, is the average number of days it takes for our analysts to initiate our enforcement consumer complaints and acknowledge them. So not only create the file, but we actually have to send out a letter to the consumer letting them know that we received their complaint, and now it's been assigned to an analyst for a desk investigation. That target performance measure is 10 days, and we continue to be well under that target at 3-day average from the 3-day average for the past fourth quarter, a 50% reduction from last year. Performance measure 3 is the average number of days it takes to complete investigations and enforcement action for cases that are not referred to the Attorney General's office. Case aging here, as I'll previously mentioned in a couple of my reports, these do fluctuate greatly because it takes the overall average of all cases, and 1 or 2 very complicated cases can skew these numbers drastically. These numbers include the timeline for desk investigation, DFI's investigation, which is the composition of the PM3. The target for PM3 is 360 days, and as you can see, we are at about 208 days, 208. One significant number to point out in this performance measure is that because cases are being initiated faster on the front end, that is drastically changing and decreasing the PM. Performance measure 4 is the average number of days it takes to complete investigations and enforcement actions that are transmitted to the Attorney General's office for formal action. Case aging in this category had a slight increase of about 15% in comparison to last year. And as previously reported, this is due to the amount of cases that we are now forwarding over to the Attorney General's office. It's taking a whole entire average. And as more cases go, you'll see that we may experience an increase in volume and an increase in processing time. So far this fiscal year, the board is well under its performance measures for 3 of the categories, which is amazing. PM4 is the measure that unfortunately the board has less control over. This is because it takes in consideration all of the Attorney General's office time, respondents, legal counsel representatives' time, and the Office of Administrative Hearings' time. The board currently has 409 pending enforcement cases, an average of 102 cases per enforcement analyst. We hope that that will go down to at least 60 to 80 with the increase of the 2 positions. which is a lot more manageable, which means that they're going to be working their cases a lot more faster and taking action obviously faster for faster consumer protection. 64 of those are pending at HQIU. This is formal investigations, and 18 are pending at the Attorney General's office. The unit is hopeful that with the addition of the 2 analysts, the caseload will decrease as mentioned, and in turn, we will result in more expeditious reviews. Year to date, the board has filed 19 accusations or amended accusations, 1 accusation and petition to revoke probation, 8 citations, and 13 public letter reprimands, 11 decisions with probation, 2 surrenders, and 2 revocations. That last paragraph has some typos in there, so I do apologize because we ended up revising our statistics as we were processing more cases. So you can see that the actual numbers is what you'll see in the Excel spreadsheet. In comparison to last year, enforcement is doing a lot more. And again, just speaks volume for where they're at now. And we are definitely looking forward to those 2 analysts because that will alleviate a lot of the pressure that they have. I didn't get my enforcement manager as I wish, but that's okay. We can still make a stride and continue to do things to better our program. That concludes my presentation, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I just want to say that kudos to you and the team for reducing down the days just in 1 fiscal year down to 3 days. That's amazing. But again, I think with the increase in staff, we'll start to see the other numbers, more specifically, the investigation numbers even improve. And we know we can't control the things we can't control, which is the Attorney General. But what we can control, I think we are on the right direction at this point. Do we have any comments from board members? Any comments from members? Please step forward.
Hello again, Holly, OPSC. Where's enforcement with some of the bad apples? Recently, we know about the Blue Shield vice president being identified as a DO who they were not. Curious to know if OMBC has any information about that. And then also some of the bad apples that we've been working on together. Just curious if there's any updates on that.
Holly, unfortunately, we can't speak in public about any enforcement pending matters, but as a consumer who may have submitted some of that information, we can talk offline.
Any other comments from members in the room? Moderator, are there any comments from the public online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment about the enforcement report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Our first request for comment is from Tracy Dominguez. Tracy, I'll send you a request to unmute your microphone. You're unmuted.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I'm really emotional about this, so give me a little bit of time. I am Tracy Dominguez, and I am from Bakersfield, and I'm a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. As you mentioned in your meeting materials, you are starting a new enforcement staff, and it's conducting enforcement process, as you referred to, that cradle to grave. Does this mean the enforcement staff will no longer be contacting the DAG directly upon receiving a complaint and consulting with the DAG before submitting a complaint into the system, allowing the DAG to make the decision as to whether the complaint should move forward or not? This happened with my complaint. When I resubmitted my complaint with the new evidence at the California Department of Public Health, your enforcement staff sent my documentation to the DAG, and the DAG told him that it would not matter or just close the case. It took 9 months of multiple documentation, arguments, and appeals to get the board staff to reopen my case, claiming that they would review it themselves. I was never given any indication of the status of my appeal, nor did I receive a letter telling me what happened to my complaint. This is really horrible for this board to treat complaints like this, and families, especially the mother. We have asked before, and I will ask again, to discuss the presentation on the role of the Deputy Attorney General in this process. This board, did my daughter not be valued or heard? You made me feel like she didn't matter. And Malachi, my grandson, didn't matter. Forever, I will feel that way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I just want to let you know that everybody matters to us. And we're sorry that of the outcome that that you experienced and your family has experienced. Moderator, do we have anyone else on the line?
No, I see no further requests for comment. Shall I close that feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your report. We're going to move to agenda item 12, probation program update with Ralph Correa, our probation monitor.
Good afternoon, folks, board members, and my day. Sorry. There we go. All right, good afternoon, folks. Board members, thanks for having me today. So I'm here to advise you of what's going on with probation. Since our last review that we did discuss, obviously a lot of changes have occurred. Since I got here, most of you are aware I got here in January. And there was a big overhaul that was done with my unit. I call it a unit, but I'm it. I'm the unit. Okay, so all this was on me. And I can honestly say that I did actually a bang up job. And I still do a bang up job. So I will start with this. I advise every person that comes on my desk, I am not their advocate. I am not their friend. I don't have doctor friends. I'm not an advocate for doctors. My job is to protect the consumer. Okay, so that's what I do. I do it fair, unbiased, all the time, every time. All right. As of today's date, I have 32 licensees that are on active probation. Of those 32, 5 are still currently polling or non-practice status or out of state. Most of them are actually out of state. They got in trouble somewhere else. They decided to keep their license here. I still have to hold them on my caseload and watch their case just get dust. So I will review those. I talk to them, try to figure out what we're going to do, but either way, I still maintain their cases as they come. Regarding the cases itself, the active probation cases for the positions that I have, since I got here in January, I have reviewed every single quarter. I have either it's a Zoom format, in-person format, or a telephone format, where I actually conduct a formal review with them regarding all of their probationary conditions and terms. With that comes the presentation of documents that they are required to provide me on a regular basis. And then I do the checks and balances to make sure that it was done correctly, find out if there's maybe a departure of care and or anything related to that fact. But nonetheless, I do a full quarterly review with them. All information, documents are recorded, documented in a actual report. Most reports anywhere from 2 and up to 7 pages long, depending on the conditions and questions that I have for them. And the questions are always relative to their probationary terms and conditions. If they fail to provide me documents, I have questions about it, they must respond to me. Otherwise, then it just goes as, well, then it doesn't exist. And most of the time I hear this same thing. Well, I did this. And my kickback to them is, well, unfortunately, I work off of the saying, it's not what I know, it's what I can prove. That's the reason why I make sure these doctors and their proctors or whoever their assigned position that has to work with them, even their staff members, I speak to them on a regular basis to make sure, in fact, that the A, they're working, B, they're practicing safely, and C, their stuff is turned in on time every time. And of course, then I go over the documents with them. Okay. At this time, everybody but one has managed to be in compliance now. Most of the stuff that was found at the early part of my overhaul, most of it was just documents that unfortunately the person or persons who sat in my chair did not record any documents. So it's taken me, well, it took me roughly 5 months to put everything together. But as time went on, I managed to get documents from their proctors or signed people, and I actually recorded it, and I have created files for each and every physician. So at any point in time, any one of you board members would like to come down to my office, I would be more than happy to show you my caseload. I stand by it every day, all the time, every time, including the fact that I've actually requested my director to have case reviews with me each and every quarter to make sure she understands that her name is at the bottom of all of these reports. So she can stand tall and go, yes, Ralph, you're doing the right thing. Okay. Regarding noncompliance, as I did state earlier, I have one probationer that was found to not be in noncompliance. Because of this, this physician was issued a cease practice order, which will remain in effect until either the doctor becomes compliant and or we make a decision to do a petition of revocation of that physician's license. Okay. Regarding the diversion program, we have currently 4 licensees on probation that are actively petitioning or participating in the board's diversion program. I'm aware during the last board meeting, it was relayed that there were several matters that were discussed with the board's diversion program. We did finally close the light on that. So now there should be no misunderstanding of what my job is and what their job is. And it was relayed to them very strongly that they are not to decide any factors regarding a physician. That is my job. That is actually the director's job to determine those factors in the board. So once all those things were corrected, all information has been documented, and now I have complete autonomy of that. They do their part, I do my part, and I keep track of everything there. Okay. That's all I have for you folks. That does conclude my report. Does anybody have any questions or concerns?
Yes. Mr. Correa, the person who is out of compliance, do we like go to where they have a practice to make sure that they're not practicing?
Yes.
Okay. I knew it was a silly question when I asked.
Oh. No. And I'll
okay.
kind of lay this out for you. So anytime a physician does get into an instance like this, it is paramount that I actually put eyeballs, physical eyeballs, knock on a door, rattle a cage, making sure that the physician is actually not practicing medicine. In which case, then I would also call somebody from investigations unit to also maybe go down with me to go, oh, hey, if I see you with a white coat and a stethoscope, right? You guys carry those things around. And I see some patients in your lobby and you're the only doctor there or the only physician there, we're going to have a problem. So then I can probably most likely get the investigator to shut the place down and then hand walk them out. And then we'll work off of a PTR after that, because then they will be in complete violation of the cease practice order and of their probation itself. So yes, there will be and has been eyeballs anytime there's a cease practice order at any physician. I will make that trip. Make no mistake about it.
Okay.
I would say that he recently asked for an ID. And we're in the process of giving all of our staff physical IDs for badge purposes, but Ralph is able and capable and has my blessing to do unannounced inspections at any time for those physicians that there may be some questions on. And we definitely have the ability to send them for that. Part of the probation monitoring fees goes to his travel that we are now including in some of the stipulations that you have probably never seen before. One of the things, just to kind of add to what Ralph said earlier, he mentioned the tolling physicians and the dust that they collect. Want to say that with doing our revision of our disciplinary guidelines, that's going to clean up some of those issues. There is a probationary term condition that we can add that limits the tolling for Ralph. Maybe you can explain a little bit of that non-practice status, right? So those are the things that we will present to you hopefully in November, fingers crossed. We are in the midst of revising and proposing the language for our new edition, which, as you all are aware, we haven't revised our guidelines since 1996. So this will be our second edition. Which is insane. And we'll just get there. And that's part of, those two items are part of what we're proposing to adopt those probation monitoring fees formally, and also the tolling that Ralph mentioned, so that we don't have physicians that are tolling for 30, 40 years that have no intention of ever coming back to California.
Good. Thank you for sharing that. Is any other, Dr. Patel?
Yeah. Mr. Korea, thank you so much for going the extra mile to protect the public. I appreciate that. Are you at liberty to tell us the breakdown of those on probation? Like, what are they, what do they do? Is it mostly overprescribing, sexual harassment? You mentioned diversion. Are you able to tell us what these physicians are on probation for?
What I
like the
can
breakdown?
give you is literally everything you just said, sir. To be honest with you, it's a vast array, and I get it. People are human. I get that. I can't take that away. But again, we're talking about practicing medicine on real human beings. That these people don't know the difference, and they're hoping that the physician is going to do the right thing all the time, every time. So, unfortunately, there are mistakes that a doctor will make, and they end up on my desk. And I advise them very clearly. I articulate my language very clearly. I'm not your friend. I'm not your advocate. Okay, I'm not going to cheerlead you on and hopefully you get to the finish line. My job is to make sure you do your job. And I have a person that makes sure I do my job. So again, I don't work for them. Okay, I work for the state of California. My job is to protect the community. So it does, but sorry, I didn't mean to digress. It does come, but overprescribing, malicious acts, conduct unbecoming. Well, you military guys know what that means. Conduct unbecoming for a physician standpoint. And of course, the drug use or polydrug use or alcoholism will come into play. Not to mention domestic violence, sexual misconduct. It's all vast arrays of stuff. And I have pretty much one of everything or multiple of everything. I don't want to get into specifics. Again, you as board members, feel free to come to my office. I'll be more than happy to open up my caseload. I have nothing to hide from anybody. So you're more than welcome to come to my office. I'll be more than happy to share with you my caseload. And you can get literally a bird's eye view of exactly what I do and how I do it. Hopefully you'll be impressed. If not, we can walk away, you can shake hands and go, all right, well, somebody's doing a job over there. But nonetheless, so I hope that answers your question, sir.
And Dr. Patel, last year I did provide some statistics. I think Ms. Pines requested those numbers in terms of those probationers and wanting to know the different categories. We can definitely do that again just to kind of see where we're at right now. But the three main ones are negligence, gross negligence, impairment, and sexual misconduct on the verge of, unprofessional conduct on the verge of sexual misconduct. So those categories tend to go together, but it's mainly negligence is the first one, and then you have your, impairment and sexual misconduct categories.
Any other board members? Dr. Swain?
I was just, as a new person, I'm trying to understand this whole tolling out of state business. These are people who have a California license. They're in trouble elsewhere. they're just maintaining their license, but we aren't doing anything with them, but they're supposed to report to us?
Yeah, so how this works is when a physician gets some type of trouble in their home state, whatever state they call home, wherever they lay their head at night, and they still want to keep their license here. So naturally, because the information gets disseminated out to the, what is it, Federation of State Boards, whatever, the enforcement unit will go ahead and draw the case up, in which case then it'll come and land on my desk. Long story short, because they decide to keep a license in California, but they don't want to come to California. They just want to be able to say they have a license, and for whatever reason, it's on them that they choose to have a license in California, but they don't choose to come live here and work here. Because of the way the clause is written, the exceptions are if they live out of state and are not practicing medicine in California. For every day that they are not practicing medicine and working towards completing their probation, every day gets added on to their probation, hence told time. So it just gets told on the back end. So hypothetically, if their original estimated completion date was January 1st of 2025, if they didn't practice here for the last 5 years, it's going to be 5 years again till whenever they come here and start practicing medicine. Now, I can go into a little further regarding the new language. I have no problem. I'll make it short and sweet for you guys. The new language that we're proposing right now, which I think it's really beneficial for us, which is it allows us to say if a doctor is either non-practice, even though they're living here, or they're out of state, if they're not practicing for 18 months, then we can make them take some type of specs exam, or for you guys, it's in convex, what you guys call it, right? Convex. And if we will give them up to 8, if they're not practicing for 18 months, then we will require them to take a convex test. Now, if, for those of you who've never taken it, it's a pass or fail. There is no grade. There's no grading on a curve. It's pass or fail. And or the decision was made by us to determine we're going to make them go do a PACE instead. But all that time, the 18 months, we'll give them a chance to take the test. But once they take the test, if they don't pass it, once they get to 24 months and they still haven't practiced medicine at all, so these guys and gals are still trying to find a job and land someplace that practice medicine, they still haven't found one by 2 years. It's not an automatic revocation. I don't know why we have to sit there and dance with them and have them on my case file collecting dust, because they haven't done it in 2 years. Okay, well, get off my caseload, find something else to do, get yourself together, and try again later. Okay, we will reevaluate this as we come to it. But 2 years, you haven't found a job in 2 years. That's not my problem. That's your problem. You figure it out. Okay. Makes sense?
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add, Dr. Swain, and how we get to this area where Ralph has an out-of-state case. I mean, like he said, it starts with the Federation reporting. California mirrors the out-of-state discipline in case that physician does decide to move to California for our sake of consumer protection. So we try to just mirror what the other state has imposed. For example, I mean, if it's a revocation, we're going to go for that revocation ourselves. If they surrender, or possibly I could offer a surrender in lieu of going to the administrative court system and impose, court hearing. But we try to mirror as much. If it's a public letter of reprimand, we'll probably do a public letter of reprimand ourselves, a citation. We are expanding our scope on how of what we can cite in terms of citable offenses. So we just try to mirror the same action to protect our consumers if that physician were to come to California.
Just had one more comment. I know you mentioned you make sure they're not wearing a white coat or stethoscope, but you're probably already doing this. But a lot of physicians are going to work in telehealth, so that could be a big opportunity for folks that are on probation to kind of dance around the system and radar. Telehealth is huge and something to think about too.
So all of you doctors are aware there's something called cures. So I do cures reports on everybody to find out what they're prescribing. And I can tell how much they're doing it and how often they're doing it. So if anybody thinks that they can honestly get away from me, they can't. Those of you who already know my history of what I used to do before I got this job allows me, I have those very special skills to make those actual contacts. Plus, everybody here has some type of social media account. This is not new to the world now. So people like to talk. And the only way to make money is you got to get your name out there. So those are these doctors that want to try to be quiet and maybe try to fly underneath the radar so I won't see them. Well, unfortunately, they still have to make money and their name still has to fly out there. So people are going to talk. Yelp still does exist. People will Yelp their version of what they've seen or, you know, how they contacted the doctor. And so people will give these reviews, especially if they give a review the day before and I look and the doctor's telling me, you know, 2 days before that, the doctor's telling me, no, I haven't seen anybody in 3 weeks. Really? It's funny because you got a Yelp review from yesterday. It says you've seen 2 people and they loved you. You were great to them. So then we have an honest conversation about what they're really doing. So make no mistake, folks. I will do my job. Okay. Any other questions?
Is that it from the board? Any comments in the room? Moderator, are there any comments from the public online?
Yes, but let me give instructions as well. If anyone would like to make a comment on the probationer summary, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send. And we have no calling users at this time. So the first request for comment is from Michelle Monserrat Ramos, and I will send you a request to unmute your microphone. You're unmuted.
I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. We appreciate the probation monitor's action of issuing a cease practice order when not found in compliance with his or her requirements of probation. Probation is one of the strongest actions taken against licensees that this board and the NBC typically take, and physicians are typically placed on probation for some very serious offenses, including patient death. The public document outlines that the probationer licensee does not follow one of the requirements and what can happen, which usually does not. We appreciate that you are using the tool that you do have, the cease practice order, that will allow the licensee another chance to adhere to the probation requirements while also protecting patients. Thank you, Mr. Cordero. We can see the difference you have made since you have come aboard. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do not see any further requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, it's that favorite time, lunch. We have 45 minutes. So if we could return back, it's 11:55. So if we could return back at 12:40, that would be great. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Hey, welcome back, everyone. We're going to begin by establishing a quorum for the meeting.
Dr. Lockman,
Here, present.
Andrew Marino,
Present.
Dr. Patel,
Present.
Denise Pines,
Present.
Dr. Swain.
Present.
A quorum has been established.
Great. Okay, now we are going to move to agenda item 13, discussion and possible action to reconsider previously approved text and to consider initiation of a rulemaking to amend the following sections: 1635, 1636, 1638, 1641, 1646, 1659.30, 1659.31, 1659.32, 0.33, 0.34, 0.35, and repeal sections 1639 and 1640 in Title VI of the California Code of Regulations. These requirements are for continuing medical education and citation fines. So now we're going to bring back Ms. Thorfison, our program manager, and Christy Sledge, the attorney for legal affairs unit, to discuss these amendments that we have with DCA.
Thank you. I wanted to just check and see, Christy, are you there?
This is Christy Shields, Regulations Counsel for the board. Can you hear me?
Maybe a little louder, please. Maybe does she need to test her voice?
Can you hear me now?
It's not much more louder.
Not louder?
Oh, now it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, you have to yell into the computer, or is it good?
If you can't hear me, just, make sure you
We can
just
hear
let me
you.
know.
Yeah, now you're really clear.
Okay, good.
Okay, so board members, I am wanting to just provide an intro and context. Christy is our regulatory counsel that I work with. And I wanted to, because of the volume of this particular and the next agenda item, I want to make sure everybody is acquainted with the documents we're going to be referring to. So if you have this opened online and you click that little bookmark, do you see all of the documents on the left-hand side? It says agenda item 13 memo, agenda item 13 attachment 1 clean copy, agenda item 13 repealed AMA guide. Are people yes or no seeing that? Okay. So what we're doing, the memo describes what we're doing in terms of which sections that we're changing and why. And then we have the next agenda item, the attachment 1 clean copy. This is without any markup. It's required. The Office of Administrative Law wants a clean copy. And then part of the language that goes with the clean copy is what we're repealing. And we're repealing 2 guides, CME guides, old guides, an AMA guide and an AOA guide. And then the next agenda item, which is attachment 2, that's what I am going to use because it has the proposed language and the changes are highlighted. So I think that's going to be easier to follow. And then the next agenda item is research that our regulatory counsel did on one of the exceptions, the exemptions that we're putting in the reg, in terms of reg language, as background on where that came from. And then the franchise tax board attachment talks about the process for the franchise tax board recovery.
I'm sorry, Terry.
Yeah.
While you're going through this, so that I can correlate on the screen properly, please provide page numbers where you'll be okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then, thank you. And then the last agenda item is attachment 5, which is the SAM manual that has the citations, I think, for the FTB, if I recall correctly. So to make this be more understandable, this is an existing reg package. Okay, so the majority of the language has already been reviewed and approved by the board. We are bringing it back to the board, making some changes additional to that. Some of them were crossing outdated language, and sometimes we're adding language. And I think so that it doesn't look more complicated than it is, I usually use the memo, but I think I'm going to use the highlighted attachment 2 to go over exactly what we're changing. At this point, I want to offer Christy the opportunity to mention anything she wanted to do about the focus of and the goal of this package, or things that we added, or what, anything.
Sure. Good afternoon, board members. So I think that the reason we're bringing this back to you is that we were consulting with board counsel about proposed legislation involving continuing medical education, and we were, looking at whether those proposed legislative amendments would potentially impact this rulemaking package. Excuse me. And while reviewing those requirements and proposed, bills, I realized we'd left out some areas of Article 10 of Chapter 2 of the Business and Professions Code, Chapter 5 of Division 2 of the Business and Professions Code relating to continuing medical education. And so we've added those items in because the goal of this proposal is to have all the requirements, including waivers, exemptions from continuing medical education, to be in one convenient location so that staff in the regulated community have a real clear understanding of what the current requirements are. The current regulations are from the 1980s and early 90s and are not tracking what the board's currently recommending on its website for continuing medical education. So we've done that. And in the process of going through those requirements, we've uncovered that there are some further exemptions that the board has not fully implemented for some continuing medical education. So this is an opportunity for the board to do all of that in this rulemaking. And please feel free to stop and ask questions as we go through if anything's unclear. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, so I'm on page 1 of attachment 2. We're going over the proposed language with the highlighted of what we're changing for this section only. So the first section for existing members versus new members, 1635 is the definition of CME that's required. And we have been crossing out language and adding language to update it because it's been a while since we've done that. But the goal was we were seeing a lot of statutes adding to the requirements, some not, some, mandating requirements. And we wanted 1635 to be updated, to be current with current law, and that it was, as Christy mentioned, in one place. So if you want to look at what are the requirements, 1635 defines the requirements, and it is tied to our statute 2454.5 of the BMP code. That's where we're using to broadly define what the categories and how much AMA or AOA kind of requirements there are. But these regs are more detailed, so they'll have more statutes listed. One of the weaknesses that we're trying to overcome is that we generally don't want to repeat laws that are in statute in our regs. We're just trying to enhance them and explain them. But what happened is there's so many different sections of CME that people may not be aware of it. And so one of the designs of this section 1635 and 1636 is to put it in one place, all of the requirements that exist in statute. And we're only right now including the mandatory ones. So there are some statute for governing CME requirements that are not mandatory. They're more discretion. And so we're trying to capture what licensees that are renewing are mandated to do. Okay, so one of the things we missed, so we're adding things we missed, is a waiver. And updating a way to be waived out of, meeting CME, which is in sub B. And we talk about then we added a criteria for one of the sections in the statute. There was a couple years ago, I think, an addition of non-clinical subject matter that was allowable. The statute, by adding it, made those subjects allowable to be accepted by the board as completing CME. However, there was a section in there that limits the amount of those that curriculum that can take up your total CMEs, and they define it. And so the highlighted version, which is on page 1 of attachment 2, and then going on to page 2, gives some of those requirements. Okay, CME that includes direct patient care component. The curriculum shall include cultural and linguistic competency and understanding of implicit bias in the practice of medicine. This is coming out of 21 section Business and Profession Code 2190.1, and then direct patient care is defined as set forth, and then we define it. Any CMEs taken that meet the criteria for, and then this is a different section, but somewhat close, 2190, the code shall not together compromise more than 15 hours. So this is the non-clinical part that the statute allows, not required, but allowable, but it can't mean more than, it can't each renewal cannot take up more than 15 hours of your total 50 hours. And then if you could drop down to the next highlighted, a waiver for this. And I'm going to just skip to the waiver, which is on page 3. Subsection 3, if applicable, all general internists of family medicine who have a patient population of over 25 that are 65 years of age or older shall complete 10 hours in a course required by section of the B&P code 2190.3 of the code. So that's existing law. We're just dropping it into our reg as one of the definitions of what's required. So then on page 3, the bottom of page 3 and going on to page 4, it says that in sub F, osteopathic physicians and surgeons meeting any of the following criteria at the time of renewal shall be deemed exempt from the requirements. Okay, existing one that the board already approved, talked about pathology and radiology. So now we're adding, as you can see in page 4 in the yellow, we're adding additional exemption and details about how you would qualify for that. So physicians who've completed a one-time continuing education course, 12 credit hours in the subject of treatment and management of opioid dependent patients, including 8 hours of training in buprenorphine treatment or similar medicinal treatment or opioid use or disorder. It defines qualifying physician as specified in this section, or not this section, but another section that the legislature created to also address the opioid crisis. So there was, to address that, there were at least 2 or 3 bills that added the requirement that physicians needed to study pain management control, opioids. And so this is one that is, it was created in Business and Profession Code, and I'm looking at sub 6, 2190.6. And to be a qualifying physician is the term that triggers this. You have to do the following, not in our regs. Now it will be if the board approves it. Sub A, B, C, D, and it goes on to page 5, goes on all the way through E. And these are the exemptions. The last one, being an investigator, the other ones are related to the recognizing the training by the American Society of Addiction Medicine, the American Academy of Addiction Psychiatry, the American Medical Association, the American Osteopathic Association, and the American Psychiatric Association, and then it defines the characteristics or requirements subject-wise that would need to be in those trainings to qualify for this exemption. Now, attachment that I reference, attachment 3, federal law, gives more detail about where this wording comes from. But I'm going to
Ms. Thorfinson, may I interrupt really quickly? So I think the boards, the members are familiar with the 12-hour pain management course requirement for initial licensure. And so these amendments would exempt anyone meeting those requirements from that requirement. And the board has never fully implemented those exemptions. So this will give the regulated community a lot more options for meeting that 12-hour pain management course when they've already done other things that constitute what the statute refers to as being a qualifying physician under federal law. So I think that this is a really positive thing for the board, because I know that there has been concern expressed at other meetings about that 12-hour pain management requirement. And so all the highlighted text that Ms. Thorfinson just went over, those are alternatives to meeting that requirement. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that this would be something new that the board has not previously implemented, that would allow people the option of being exempted from that requirement.
Thank you. Good clarification. Okay, so then moving to, that would be 1635. Any questions about that 1635 changes that we've made so far? Because this is we're trying to bring in exemptions, waivers, the existing mandatory CME that's in statute, all into 1635. That's what the language represents in this section in terms of highlighted changes that are underlined.
I can probably look it up, but it says, the doctor has to be a qualifying physician as defined federally. I don't have that federal description. I see all the various criteria, but it has become all the rage by non-MD and non-DO practitioners of something to throw the word physician after their title. So they're now a chiropractic physician, a naturopathic physician, a basket weaving physician. And so in theory, if they were a basket weaving physician who then took an addiction course, they would now qualify, even though they'd never graduated, never got into, much less graduated from a DO school or MD school, or did an internship, but 3 years of residency and fellowship and board certification. They didn't do any of that, but they just attached the word physician to their plumbing practice, and now they've proclaimed themselves qualified.
Okay, so it's in attachment 3 is the federal law. Christy, do you want to field that question?
Sure. So if you look at Business and Professions Code 2090.6, it says, as an alternative to meeting that 12-hour pain management course requirement, this is for a physician and surgeon, which is defined in the Medical Practice Act as someone who's licensed by either the medical board or this board. So it's not anybody calling themselves a physician, which is, a crime in this state. It's anyone that's licensed by one of the two boards. If any physician, as an alternative to meeting that 12-hour requirement, they can either do the 12-hour course, which is listed here, for the subject of treatment and management of opiate dependent patients, including 8 hours in buprenorphine treatment or other similar medicinal treatment. But the issue for me was the next subsection, which is B of that section, which refers to a physician and surgeon who meets the requirements as determined by the board, and that's where this regulation comes in, of a qualifying physician under clause 2 of subparagraph G of paragraph 2 of subsection G of subsection 823 of Title 21 of the United States Code, the Comprehensive Addiction Recovery Act of 2016, as that clause read on January 1st, 2018. Well, that's a lot of, legal speak for the law that was in effect at that time, created a category of what they called a qualifying physician who were allowed to administer the buprenorphine treatment under federal law. And they had criteria in that statute at the time that this exemption was enacted into our laws. And I've reproduced what the law looked like, which was no small task, from 2018, because the federal law has since been amended and doesn't even look like this anymore. So I had to go back in time to when the requirements were first enacted in 2000 and go forward and figure out what the law looked like from every time it was amended, stitch it together, and what I've attached here in your meeting materials, it's what I believe the law existed at in 2018. From that text, I distilled the criteria you see that are listed here. So nobody on staff or in the regulated community has to hunt and peck for what the criteria are to be considered a quote unquote qualifying physician to meet that criteria for exemption because they're using the qualifying criteria in federal law to exempt people from taking the 12-hour pain management course. And that would include things like holding a board certification in addiction psychiatry or addiction medicine from the American Board of Medical Specialties. And there's other certifications. There's also an 8-hour training course that would qualify and waive you from this requirement, that taken from any of the providers listed here. This is all lifted from the federal statute. So I'm simply taking that information, which you have in your attachment, and I'm moving it into the reg so that people are able to easily find that information and know what it would take to exempt themselves from the 12-hour pain management course requirement. So I hope that makes sense. If you have any further questions, let me know.
Just wanted to add, I'm satisfied with this definition of physician. I think there is a little bit of nuance. We see more in the community people representing themselves as doctor, not necessarily, in my opinion, physician. So I think the law is clear that if you represent yourself as a qualifying physician, you have to meet these criteria. But if you represent yourself as a doctor, there's a little bit more ambiguity.
And I think just to add to the answer is the reason we use physician and surgeon as opposed to just physician is because it defines the physician and surgeon. Because under the licensure by both the medical board and our board, you can do surgery. Everybody can do surgery. Whether you do it or not, you're licensed to do it. Nobody else can do surgery. So needing to have that physician and surgeon in that title, I think, is what separates us from, the basket weavers or whatever that are also using it. I know workers' comp uses it as well in terms of a physician terminology, but this is the licensure terminology, the surgeon part. You'll notice we don't leave that off. Okay.
Could I
Go
also
ahead.
say, I think we weaken that distinction when we inadvertently or advertently, just to not create waves sometimes, throw in the term practitioner or provider. Here under subparagraph G, it starts off, and I realize this is taken from federal language, starts off with practitioners dispensing narcotic drugs, as opposed to physicians, parentheses, MD/DO.
Yes, I have heard that specific concern before among physicians and surgeons that anybody can qualify as a practitioner, but not anybody can qualify as a physician and surgeon. Okay, I'm going to move to the next section, which is 1636. Now, this is the section as the title. Yes, it's on page 5, attachment 2. I'm going to be doing this all on attachment 2. So this is the one where we're adding the detail of what would somebody need to give the board for documentation to demonstrate compliance with either the CMEs or exemptions or waivers. Okay, and so we're making it very clear. And so this is very detailed. We already have detail in this. That's as you'll see, the next time it's yellow, if you go through, this is page 5. If you go to page 6, down at the bottom, this first time you see yellow. And this talks about the one-time continuing education course of 12 credit hours in the subject of treatment and management of opioid-dependent patients. And still on that page, talks about we add in the qualifying physician as one of the sections we are adding in to have this also be a part of the documentation. If you're going under any of those sections, you would need to see the documentation that follows. Same thing with the waiver that we're adding from 1637. So if you go down further, I'm still on page 7 towards the bottom. There are 2 words that got added, conditions and exemptions. I'm going to go to 8. because we're not changing that much. So let's get to the point that we do change. The bottom of page 8 and going on to 9, we talk about for any of the exemptions from CME requirements claimed by licensees in paragraph 4, sub B, the following documentation is applicable. We list that documentation. As you can see, if you keep going down on page 9, all of page 9 is highlighted in yellow. This is the type of documentation. Among other things, submission of a licensee's official physician profile report from the American Osteopathic Association would be deemed as satisfying documentation that would satisfy this. On the next page, 10 talks about the exemptions for qualifying physicians and what would need to be documented for if you were an investigator. So that's the end of 1636. Any questions on the additional documentation we're adding? Christy, do you want to add to any comment about the detail or not?
Sure. So we have created the categories of requirements, exemptions, and waivers. We've gone through that list in 1635. And then so 1636 is all about how does a licensee prove that they've met these requirements? What's the documentation the board will accept as satisfying these criteria that we listed in 1635? And so what we're doing here is we're just making sure that we track for each requirement, exemption, or waiver, what is the documentation. So we have, two requirements working in consistent tandem to describe both the requirements and the documentation piece. And so 1636 does all of that, I hope. And if anyone doesn't agree, let me know. But I think we've captured the qualifying physician documentation we're going to be adding for that requirement, and the waivers as well. And exemptions, exemptions. So any questions, let us know. Thank you.
Hearing none, I'm going on to the next section, which is on page 10. 1638, CME requirement for inactive license. From here on in, we're pretty much, we do add some, but we're mostly correcting obsolete language. So you'll see crossouts. In this one, you'll see the crossout, and then we're adding kind of a reference to 1646 because both of them kind of dealt with renewal and they were kind of battling with the, dueling requirements. So we are closing that up so that we're directing attention to the 1646 for dictating requirements for inactive licensure and then restoring it. So we add the language about to comply with requirements for restoring inactive certificates to an active license, you would see section 1646. Okay, nothing in the next section. Going on to page 11. Nothing, 1640. I don't see any changes. Page 12, no changes. Okay, here's the 1646 on page 13 at the top, procedure for obtaining inactive certificate or for restoration of active status. And this is where you can see we added what was language from 1638 to make it define what the period of time of acceptable CMEs, when it dated from the date of the application to restore your license to active status. And then we're crossing out in sub D of that on that same page in obsolete because of the changes we've already made to 1635. E is no longer relevant in this section, so we're crossing that one out. So that is the end of the CME changes. On bottom of page 13, we go to the one area, we're only making one change in cite and fines. And that is not on 13. Go to 14. If you go to 14, no yellow. No No yellow on 15. No yellow changes on 16. Nothing on 17. Nothing on 18. Okay, 19 is the next change. This is, as you remember, this is the cite and fine. We have a combined CME requirements, and then we have cite and fine changes that we made. So this one is to the cite and fine 1659.33, citations for unlicensed practice in specific. And this one, what we're doing, maybe Christy, you could add, you want to explain what we're doing here? Why we're adding this?
Sorry to scroll back between screens. Sorry. So
Okay.
what we've done here is in the original version, we had simply mentioned that they would, we'd be referring the collection to the Franchise Tax Board. But the state administrative manual is a kind of a rule guide that all state agencies have to comply with, published by the Department of General Services. And one of the requirements in there is that we provide notice to the licensee prior to referring their collection issue to the tax intercept program. And it requires us to do the notice in a specific format with specific content in it. So what we've done here is we've taken that state administrative manual requirement in the canned language we're supposed to use, and we put it in the regulations so that the regulated community is aware of the fact that we have to provide that notice. And then only after we've complied with that are we allowed to then refer the matter to the tax intercept program through the Franchise Tax Board, where we would accept any any refund that the licensee may be getting as far as their tax returns are concerned. Their state tax returns, not their federal. So if you have any questions about that, please let me know.
Okay, if you jump just temporarily to attachment 4 and attachment 5, it illustrates what the sample form would look like for this type of intercept collection. So on page, let's see, that's not numbered. I guess it's the pre-intercept notice. So if you go to the bookmarks for attachment 4, you'll see the sample FTB notice and notice that you would give the debtor. And then if you go to the next page, it's the attachment 5, which is from the state administrative manual. It gives further guidance on how to utilize this and who does what happens, what the debtor's rights are versus the agency's rights. So we included that. That's kind of technical assistance language for this. Now I'm going to go back to attachment 2, bookmark wise. And we were on, let's see, page 1659. I think we are on page 19. Okay, so that is it for the CME language changes that we're bringing to the board that we think will improve the reg package. And I think what our regulatory attorney felt very strongly is that when we put this before the agency that approves regs, we should have everything cleaned up. And this was missing, and it was kind of a glaring, gap. And so I think even though it's coming back to the board for approval, I think it's going to make the package more likely to be accepted. And so that's worth, I think, the extra time and extra look. So any questions on that reg package and the changes?
Patient. Thank you. Do we have any, Dr. Patel? No.
I'm not sure because it was quoting federal regulations if it can be changed, but if it's possible to change the word practitioner to physician.
At the federal level, it would have to be changed, an act of Congress, as they say. Yeah, yeah.
And this is not such a question about the language, the new language, just clarification for me where it says, I think on page 19. It's underlined in the first paragraph, postgraduate training licensee. Is that implying like a residency graduate certificate or?
Yeah, we have a training, in addition to the physician and surgeon full license, we have a postgraduate training license that is required of residents that are practicing in California in order for, among other things, the board to have jurisdiction over them because they're practicing medicine essentially throughout their entire residency training. And so that
technically they are physicians already, though they. I guess my question is, what if and it's not so much for this regulation, so maybe, I mean, the language change here. But what if there is, maybe let's say a physician out in practice who's advertising themselves to be something they're not, and board certified in whatever, addiction medicine or brain surgery, and they're one or the other. Maybe they're a brain surgeon practicing addiction, not trained in addiction, or vice versa. Hopefully the addiction medicine is not practicing brain surgery.
Right, right.
How is that
handled?
handled?
Well, the legislature, and you're sort of anticipating one of our bills in the legislative agenda item, but basically the legislature's has made several attempts to try to define that. The first attempt had a bunch of the specialties, and that was supposed to be a comprehensive list of anybody that calls themselves this kind of a specialty. That did not, there were a lot of opposition. That did not survive. That bill just died. Then a new version lacked the kind of wording that you're wondering about from that version. It was a much more scaled down version that didn't introduce terminology about the specialties, and it was still very contentious. We opposed it for our reasons that it didn't include the word osteopath as a protected title, but other professional organizations wanted to use the word doctor, sort of what you're doing, and they tried to figure out like when you could use it and when they couldn't. And so the legislature is still kind of grasping, trying to define that.
Or cases where non-physicians are using, the title neurologist or physical medicine, and they're neither.
Well, that would be, under the cite and find unlicensed practice. And so if they're not licensed, and they're trying to be a neurologist, claiming to be, we'd have the jurisdiction over them. It is a crime, so we'd work with
a neurologist defined as being a physician, or
not in law.
Or I know practices that claim that they are physical medicine. There's not a physiatrist there. There's not an MD or a DO there.
Right. So yeah.
It's physical.
So neither federal law or state law has the kind of definition that our regulatory attorney is putting into our reg. That's what we would need in state law to control that usage of the term and make it actionable. More definition.
By the National Board of Medical Specialties.
It could be nationally. It would apply nationally. State, obviously, statewide would only apply to the states that create that law. Any other questions?
Any other questions by board members? Okay, so the motion.
Question. Sorry, I have a question really quickly. So I just want to verify that the attachment 1 the board members have on page, I think it's 14. I want to make sure we're working from the right version here, because the one online is the correct version, but I want to make sure the board members have that version. Okay, so I'm looking at page, sorry, I'm trying to get to 16.
Are you looking at the language?
Yeah,
Christy,
so the
did you
language
say
on
that?
page,
Christy,
The
did you
link,
say that what's online is the correct version?
yes,
Yes,
page
so
13.
that's what is being shown, and that's what they all got. Everything
Okay,
that's on
because,
the web is what they received, and they also received a link to the web for all the materials.
okay, great, because that's the version we're going to be potentially
Adopting.
moving. You should
Absolutely.
be working from.
Yes.
So 1646 also includes a description of a completed application for restoration of the license. And that includes the licensee's full name, their certificate number, their address, their email address, their telephone number, and a statement that during the 12-month period immediately preceding the date of the filing of the application, the licensee completed a minimum of 20 hours in AOA Category 1 CME, and a statement signed under penalty of perjury. Well, actually signed and dated, requesting that the board activate their license. So just want to make sure we're on the same page there, because I looked like the one on screen didn't have that language in it. So I just wanted to make sure. Yes,
Using the
that
link
one.
on the
That's
website.
it. That's it. Correct. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're good.
Yes. Okay. So next step would be if you go to the memo, the first attachment, agenda item 13 memo on page 10 has the motion language. Memo, page 10, the motion language.
Ms. Pines was given the motion language as well, Terry.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to read the motion language. The motion recommendation is to approve the proposed regulatory text to amend 1635, 1636, 1638, 1641, 1646, 1659, 0.30, 0.31, 0.32, 0.33, 0.34, 0.35, and repeal sections 1639 and 1640 in Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations as set forth in Attachment 1, and to direct staff to submit the text to the Director of Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review, and if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If no adverse comments are received during the 45-day public comment period and no hearing is requested, to authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations as noticed. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to move forward with the proposed changes as described.
Great. A second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. There has been a motion and a second. Are there any comments from members of the public in the room? Moderator, are there any comments from anyone on the public online?
Let me give the instructions. If anyone would like to make a comment on the motion, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment into the text box and click send, and our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hands. Are there any comments on the motion? I do not see any comments on the motion. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Ms. Chong, let's do a roll call.
Dr. Lockman,
Present.
Andrew Marino,
Yes.
Dr. Patel,
Aye.
Denise Pines.
Yes.
Dr. Swain,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay. Next is we are moving to discuss another possible action. I think this is 14. We're moving to agenda item 14. And we are looking to initiate a rulemaking to amend sections 1609, 1610, 1611, 1612, 1613, 1615, 1628, 1630, 1637, 1646, 1647, 1650, 1651, 1656, 1658, 1678, and 1690, and to adopt sections 1648 and to repeal section 1691 in division 16 of title 16 of the California Code of Regulations. And we continue with Terry and Christy on this as well.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to do the same kind of overview before I go to the proposed language. I'm going to do the same thing I did the last time. Instead of using the memo, I'm going to use the attachment 2 that has the, or this one, no, we don't have the highlighted language. This is just the regulatory language. So this is proposed, so it would be the second bookmark. So first one is the memo, if you're looking at the bookmarks. So the second one is the proposed language. That's what we're going to go over. And then these are the attachments. The attachment to OMB 1 is a former document that we're repealing by this in this proposed language. Attachment 3 is the proposed application for this new licensure category of retired license. Attachment 4 is proposed application to restore retired license. So there's two components of retired license, this new status, both to become a retired licensee versus restoring to active status. Attachment 5 is the fiscal impact, workload, cost analysis for each of the fees that we're either increasing or updating.
Terry, I'm going to just clarify the attachments because we actually added the application. There's one application that we had missing and that was added. So attachment 1 is your language, which is on page 11. And then you have attachment 2 starts on 29, page 29. That's your proposed repealer document. And then you have attachment 3 is on page 33. That's your proposed application for retired license. Attachment 4 starts on 35, proposed application to restore retired license to active status. Attachment 5 is the petition for penalty relief, starts on 37. Attachment 6 is the fiscal impact workload cost tables, and that starts on page 40. And then we have attachment 7, which is the 1987 rulemaking file pages on page 46. So if we want to look at the language, we're going to go to page 11 first.
Okay. So I wanted to go to page 11 to start out. That's the beginning of the proposed regulatory language for applications, fees, and retired license. Okay, so this one doesn't have any highlights because this is proposed new. The board's never seen it, so you're seeing it for the first time. Again, some of the themes are the crossed out language is old, outdated, repealed statutes, so we're updating it to remove that language that would be referring to repealed statutes. Where we're underlining it, we're adding new that hasn't been there before, or we're enhancing language that exists in a section. So if we start out with the first one on page 11 is section 1609, the postgraduate registration, an existing section. We're getting rid of a repealed section, 1691. You'll see that throughout the document. The next section, also at the bottom of page 1, 1610 applications. We're crossing out refund of fees. Among other reasons is that we used to have, used to read that there'd be certain conditions that would trigger a refund. And because all of the work to review documents or applications, whether they get approved or not, is pretty much the same workload. So we're counting that as workload. that doesn't get refunded. So we're getting rid of the idea of people qualifying for a refund that are applying for a license, and we're just saying all of these applications are non-refundable. And we're also putting in the authority for electronic utilization, which is where, among other things, emails and electronic use of Breeze and stuff that didn't exist in our regs. We're now basically authorizing this electronic use in this paragraph. Let's see. Okay, so this one on the applications, we're also adding some detail, as you see if you go down to page 2, that didn't exist in our regs. All good information that is basically on our form, but not in regs. And so one of the themes that we're trying to do is so that we don't have to keep doing regs because every time we want to change a form, we're trying to capture the information that would be required. So the information's in the regs, so we don't have to keep, swapping out forms as long as the forms reflect this requirement. And so that's what the underlined language on page 2 is talking about, all of the required information. You can see sub 8 email. And if you go to 3, page 3, still underlined, this is all information. And this is for, now as we start to get down into, I should start, where does that start? Let me see. Page 2 starts to mention expedite. There's expedite categories for people that want to be able to expedite their initial license. I think there's about 5 or 6 of them. We never had those requirements specified in the reg in terms of what information would be required. There was some of that in the statute, but again, kind of like the CMEs, we're trying to put all this information together in one place. And so this one under 9 talks about armed services. If you go on to page 3, again, more on the armed services and the type of documentation that would satisfy armed services. And then we have asylum seekers. They also have a special provision in the statute to allow for an expedite if they qualify. So the documentation required to demonstrate that they'd be eligible for that expedited category is listed below on what page are we at? 3. Okay, going down to the very bottom of 3. F is an applicant that is wanting to practice in a medically underserved area or serve medically underserved populations. What documentation would be needed for that, which then carries on to 4, page 4. And then we have an expedite on providers that are providing abortion services or intend to, or their employer is wanting them to. There is an expedite provision for that. And this then G would go on to talk about the type of documentation that would demonstrate that from us, from the board's perspective. Then there's an applicant must also include medical diploma provided in 1611 for purpose of this section. Approved means medical schools were providing clarification, transcript, more information. This is all stuff we didn't have on our regs, but are required. So it's going to make this look much easier to, in one spot, see all the kinds of documentation. Then we have discipline and criminal conviction. What is required here in terms of discipline, what kind of documentation, fingerprints, what's required for there. And then the penalty of perjury clause. And then there's a release. I don't know, Chrissy, do you want to mention anything in this that you added? It was pretty detailed, comprehensive, or not?
So again, we have another outdated regulation. The last time this regulation was revised was in 1995 substantively. And at that time, we were still using paper applications. So the board has migrated to an online submission process, electronic submission process. And so to conform the regulation to current practice, we're making all of these changes to reflect what the board is requiring to be submitted through the Breeze online portal. And one of the things we have to do is describe, how someone would sign up for an account, create a username and password, and how they would sign the application so it's legally considered submitted. We need signatures on everything we do to prove submission and intent to submit the application and to actually execute the declaration under penalty of perjury that they're required to quote unquote sign. So that is why we put all this here, and we're trying to track, like I said, the current processes that have evolved since the last time this regulation was revised. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that is from page 6. We talk about electronic signature on sub 13, which is helpful to clarify what it is that would be needed in terms of signature for attestation, because electronic obviously is not a wet signature. So we're trying to update that electronic component to our application. We further define about generally an existing part of the application timeline is an application for initial license once opened has to be completed within 1 year. Otherwise, it's automatically canceled. So we gave more detail about that and what the consequences are, which is you have to start over on an application. So moving on to page 7. You have section 1611 on credentials. Again, we add more details for documentation, talking about the mail and electronic that didn't exist before, but it gives us the authority to accept more and more electronic versions of things. So that's what this language was intended to do. Same thing with transcripts. We talk about what would be required in terms of documentation. If it was electronic, what would it need? We're updating that in sub B. We updated photographs, photocopies, written exam results. So we're trying on some of this documentation to retain existing requirements, but better define them in the electronic world that we live in. And so that improves, I think, the regulation and people's understanding of what is required by the board. We talk about exams, talking about initial, let's see, the OMB, the internship, the osteopathic, American Osteopathic, rotating internship, what kind of documentation, where that would be sent to specifically, as opposed to just again, you see electronic as opposed to like our physical address. So that was the purpose of those changes in that section. And page 8, finishing up on the electronic portions, and then going to section 1612, evidence of professional responsibility. We only add one. There's a requirement to use the pronoun, what is it? Is it the pronoun? From he or she to their. So that was the change there. It's a DCA policy. Photographs, we changed the requirement for photographs. People are increasingly wanting to use digital as opposed to regular. And, one of the holdouts on the photographs is that once you give us the photograph, this has got to last the length of your career, and so we never were really sure, does a digital photograph last as long as a regular photograph? But we are succumbing to the pressure of the electronic, and so we're slightly modifying what the requirement is for a photograph. So on going to page 9, let's see, more details about the application, and you wonder like, wow, what happened to the fees? Okay, well, when we started to make new applications, believe it or not, woven through were references to sections. and they were outdated. So some of this in terms of the application language may not per se be related to the new fees and stuff, but they were interrelated because of their reference to that section. And so we figured if we're going to reference it, we might as well update it. So that's what on page 9 is about. Talk about resubmission on fingerprints, what that process is like.
Ms.
So on page,
Thorfinson, if I might just quickly interrupt.
sure.
So when this regulation on fingerprinting was first adopted, we did hard cards. Those of you like me that are older will remember going to the law enforcement agency and getting your fingerprint rolled and, putting it on a hard card. So, since the early 2000s, that's changed and we've moved to electronic submission of fingerprinting through the live scan process. The newer applicants will be familiar with that. And so we're tracking that change here in regulation to show you exactly what the steps are for submitting electronic fingerprints. There are some situations where people cannot fingerprint through live scan because they're not available in out-of-state locations sometimes. And so they still do accept some hard cards in those situations. So that's covered here. And also when we have problems with people on the fingerprints sometimes aren't clear. Sometimes people don't have fingerprints. Sometimes they have, problems with fingerprinting live scan. So the resubmission process is also included in this section on that page that we're on right now. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so that was on page 9. Okay, moving on to page 10, reciprocity licensure and applications. Most of the changes are crossing things out, you'll notice, except for the adding there. The next section, 1628, certification of credentials to another state. Again, we're crossing out repealed sections, adding the word there. Next page, on page 11, active practice requirements, 1630, good standing requirements. We're updating the word tax and registration to biennial renewal fees. We're kind of swapping out in general tax and registration language for the word fees. And this one is just clarifying what is currently true for renewals in terms of when they're due. Getting rid of the repeal of 1691, that was repealed a while ago, but we're trying to update that. Okay, so that was page 11. Going to 1637, the waiver of a requirement for continuing medical education. We're just updating and crossing out 1691, which no longer is active. So going to the next page, inactive practice, 1646. This is just crossing out again, repealed section 1691. That's the only change for that one. 1647, inactive license issuance, renewals and fees. We're updating certificate to license. And just clarifying the law that we originally had that used to do issuance on birth month. So we're updating that to match current law in the statute. Again, repealing 1691. Okay, here's the new section that we're not updating. This is the new. And the way you know it, it's all underlined. Okay, so 1648, retired license status. This talks about the requirement and definitions with respect to disciplinary reasons. Let's see, that you have to, among other things, you can't be under discipline. You can't not have completed your CME that's required. You move on through this section, what we're asking for. In order to be eligible, you have to, and then we list 1 through 3, 4, 5. The application, non-refundable. The application, I guess we'll see later, is incorporated by reference. So we have the actual application itself for you to review and approve. Have an active or inactive license issued by the board. not have placed on inactive status by the board due to disciplinary reasons and not be actively engaged in practices as an osteopathic physicians engage in any activity that requires them to be licensed. Okay, and then because this is retired, the warning, of course, you can't be practicing, engaging in the practice of medicine if you are seeking this retired license status. To be eligible to restore it, so we also are providing a way to reverse the retirement. To be eligible, you have to complete the form, which you're going to review and approve, pay the fee, have a minimum of 50 hours of continuing education within the last 2 years, applying to the restored license, electronic record of submission of fingerprints if it doesn't exist. And if a licensee who has been in retired status for more than 5 years seeks an active license, individuals must apply for a new license in accordance with section 1651. Okay, I'm going to pause here for you guys to digest and ask any questions about this new status. Historically, people have been asking us for this new status because it shows some dignity to people that have dedicated their lives to taking care of people and being a licensed physician and surgeon. And without this, their license looks like delinquent or canceled, which just has always seemed very disrespectful. And so the board is adding this to a very big package, but it's something that's the impact of having this particular license status.
Just a couple of comments to add to that. I've encountered a lot of elderly physicians who continue to do their CMEs just to not lose their license. So this has been in high demand for many years before my time and shortly after my time. That was one of the biggest requests that I received from that population of physicians. And so this would allow them to go into the status. It is a reactivative type of status. They can come out of retirement as long as they complete the application to do so. And so it is, our physicians are very proud. They want to continue to stay in our statistics in California, and they do not want to lose their license. And going delinquent after 5 years will then cancel the license. And it does put a little bit of a burden on those physicians that are technically no longer working, and they still maintain their status quo because they do not want to give up their license. So you see them going in, wheeling in at some of those events to do their CMEs. And it's the saddest thing for me to see, and feel very proud to introduce this regulatory packet today.
Ms. Calderon, I just want to clarify that the restoration is available only for 5 years after they go into the retired license status. So if it exceeds 5 years, then they would need to start over. So
thank
they
you, Chris.
can't, just for clarification of that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's sub G. So yes, it's an opportunity, but there is some time frames that have to be respected. Okay, let's go to the next section, which is on page 14.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes, uh-huh.
What about a physician who Ralph ends up finding on his probation docket? There's a certain amount of probation period. Can that physician put themselves into a retired status if it's less than 5 years and then the probation period ends without having done anything, then reapply? Or are there criteria that must be met for that probation? Are the criteria only if they're still in practice? Or is it like, let's say they had 2 DUIs, they got to go through some state approved, how not to drink and drive course. They just said, the heck with it. I'm going to go into retiree status during this period. I don't want to put up with this. And then when their little slap on the wrist period is over, they reinitiate their license.
That is a good question. Because we didn't have this status, we never had to deal with that. They either continued to have a license, or they agreed to, through stipulation, to revoke or suspend their license. So now this is another option. I don't know. Erica, you wanna, I don't know, since we haven't
This is
had it, and I
Christy.
gotta thought it through.
Christy,
This is
Christy,
Christy
wants to step in.
Shields. So they're not eligible for a retired license status if they are in disciplinary, in a disciplinary status. So if they have
Oh, yeah, that was
discipline,
up with the front language.
so, they can't, they're not eligible for it. And, the board would have to consent to it anyway. If they're on probation, they can't just switch their status. They would have to apply and the board would have to approve it. So they wouldn't be eligible, due to disciplinary reasons. They would not be eligible for this status. They can't just convert it on their own motion. They have to get the consent of the board. And you would be dealing with that request, potentially as part of a settlement agreement. But that would be decided on a case-by-case basis. But they're not supposed to be eligible for the license if they're in discipline. There has to be an active license, unrestricted license.
And the decision, if you heard her say, would come back to the board, as all of the disciplinary decisions, most of them come back to the board. Good question.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we are on page 14. Restoration for 1650 applications for restoration of forfeited licenses. So this is when they have forfeited their license through like delinquency. Okay. And we didn't make very many changes on that because that was an existing law. But if you look at 1651, failure to renew, also existing reg, we didn't make very many changes in that. So that still, if you're in delinquent status, it can only last 5 years. And then it automatically cancels. It's considered a forfeiture. And then you would have to start over for any license from scratch in terms of application fee, fingerprints, etc. Okay, page 15. Section 1656, petition for reinstatement or modification of penalty. Also an existing regulatory section. However, we are adding a fee to it, as we'll look at when we get to section 1690. And so we'll talk about the fee when we get to 1690, but this is just adding, what we're essentially doing is adding a fee and referring that fee into the fee section of 1690 in our regulations. 1658, petitions for reinstatement, also an existing section, but we are also adding a fee for that application to reinstate. We'll talk about that in 1690. And we made a few changes, updating 1678, application and renewal for fictitious names. Not much, not really that's substantive, but updating it. Okay, the fee section. This is where rubber meets the road about this regulation. All of the other language cleans it up and highlights the requirements. Here's where the fees are. So if you look on page 17, it starts out with the underlying non-refundable fees. Okay, there used to be conditions or criteria for when you could have it refunded. It's the change here is that they're all non-refundable. Okay, so for the sub A, the physician and surgeon license or reciprocity certificate, we are proposing to increase the fee from 200 to 400 for just the application. I'm going to go through all of these fees once, and then we can deal with them individually and to see the justification and workload. Let's see. Oh yeah, we combined A and B into one, so that's why B is crossed out. So then going to the new B, postgraduate training, we're keeping that the same. Duplicate certificate C, we're keeping the same. Biannual, we're just changing the word tax. Inactive, we're changing the fee from 300 to 399. And we'll talk about why. And delinquent, we're charging going from 100 to 200. We're keeping the fictitious name fee the same. Application to restore license to active status, we're creating a fee of $400 for that application. Also non-refundable. Petition to reinstate application, application fee for enforcement, dealing with enforcement, that we're creating a $2,800 fee. And then a petition for modification of penalty. To apply for that, we're creating a fee of $1,500. And before I go to the individual fee information, if you look, we're also deleting all of this, that repealing 1691 that you keep seeing. There it is, where it's no longer in existence, so we're repealing all of that. So now we come to, I guess the next, if you scroll down from, I don't know which handout it would be. I guess it's the next one, right? So after 18, you come upon a repealed application. This is the application for physician and surgeon that was from, let's see, an old one anyway. So we're repealing that. We have to put that, anything that's old and that needs to be repealed, that's an application. We're shifting from an old application and format to having all the information in the actual reg. And so we have to include the repealed version of the application, which is not exactly our current application, but it's an old application that was incorporated by reference. So we have to include that it's no longer in existence anymore. So if you scroll past that, I think that gets you, then there's also, oh, let's see. That's pretty long, actually. It doesn't have any page numbers. So yeah, okay. So, and then the next thing, let's see, does this have a page number? Before the one that says application for retired licensee. What's the next one?
That's page 33.
33. Okay, thank you. This is the proposed to be adopted. So this is new. This is not old. We're not repealing this. This is what we're proposing as the application for retired licensees. It includes the fee, it includes the information. This is what the form would look like, the kind of information that would be required. Signature here, penalty of perjury, personal information collection notice. I just want to pause, since this is a proposed form, for you to look at and see if anybody has any questions on the language for this. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go past the attachment, and then the next one is a form for application to restore retired license to active status and to be adopted. And here's what that looks like. And that also lists the fee to restore your license to active within 5 years of your retired license to be issued. So that 5-year time period that we talked about earlier is listed at the top of the application as kind of a prerequisite for being eligible to restore your inactive or your retired license to active status. So beyond 5 years, nobody would be eligible for this. You can see the information we're collecting.
I noticed there's no cell request for cell number on here.
Is or is not?
Is not. I don't see it. I just see work phone, day phone.
Oh,
that might be something
to add.
To add.
Well, it would.
This is Christy Shields. I think it's really up to the applicant what they want to provide us there. Their day or work phone could be a cell phone too, but what we're trying to do is find out what their primary contact information is for work or for the daytime. So if they're saying that's the best way to get a hold of me, here's my numbers. I'm not sure that we have a good reason for saying only a cell phone, because maybe, you know, I'm not saying, I know I have a family member that's a professional that doesn't like cell phones at all, and so he wouldn't have one.
No,
So,
I'm not saying for it to be a mandatory, you know, because I don't see us having an asterisk near any of these other things that we're asking for, except for the address of record. I'm just saying that I think if we're putting forth new forms, that we should also have on the forms just a place where somebody can indicate a cell number. If we're moving forward into the future of how people are utilizing, you know, going beyond email addresses, then we should be having on our future forms, we should have a cell number. Because my work and my time phone could be the same number, and it may not be a cell number. It just may be where my office is.
So how would you propose, how would you add or do something to the language to address the cell phone issue?
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I would just have one spot for a number and call it the board contact phone number. Because we don't need to know what number it is. We need to know how they want us to contact them. I haven't had any number besides my cell number in like 30 years. Seriously. So, I mean, I think there may still be people who have landlines. There may be people who want to be called at work. But we should leave that to them and just say, what number do you want the board to contact you at? Or board contact phone number. Just leave it.
Dr. Swain, just to add to that, the board typically will not utilize the work number to make any contact. Work number, we're going to end up getting receptionists, we're going to get personnel. We typically, if we need to get a hold of you, we either use your email or the other number that you've listed. We left it as daytime only to expand it for anyone to include whatever type of phone number they can consider the board utilization number. So daytime would be the number that we would use versus the work for board purposes. We can add another category for cell phone or turn that one into daytime/cell phone. It is, Christy, we can do that, right? If they choose to do that, we can request that, you know, they take
we
the
can, but we
motion.
would just have to amend, we'd have to amend the motion so that it captures that amendment.
Okay.
If I could make a suggestion too, I think just using the terminologies best contact would be good. But one concern I have is I'm not sure if it's made clear that these numbers are not made public, or does that say that on the form that won't be released to the public? Because that's a concern for privacy. And so that's, if you give the option for work phone or whatever, I might think, okay, if I'm giving my phone number, this will be listed on my profile publicly, and then anybody can contact using this number. So I might want to put my work number, but it should be made clear that this is not going to be released to the public. It's just really for the board to contact you.
Well, so let me just clarify that. So we have a notice of collection of personal information. It's the bottom of the application form, and it describes those circumstances where the board would have to give out information. So I think that as far as a profile, I don't believe they put the phone numbers, right, of licensees. It's simply the address of record, correct? That's all we release on the internet, correct?
That is correct, Christy. Yes.
Right. We
Only
don't put
address
phone
of record.
numbers. We don't put anyone's phone numbers on. We don't post that information on the internet for anyone in this department that I'm aware of. So, but there are circumstances where we cannot guarantee that it won't be released, because if we get a subpoena, a search warrant, or other request as required by law, we have to turn it over. And that's why the personal information collection notice is at the bottom, to let people know that, so they can consider what they want to give us is a way of a phone number. So that's why it's on the form, so they understand that. We could put an asterisk, say, please read the notice of collection of information below, if that helps. But we can't say, oh, it's not going to be released to the public. We can't guarantee that, because if we get a subpoena, we have to turn it over. But we wouldn't be broadcasting or publishing it.
If I may just add, I think, in prior applications, we use the confidential address versus the um, address of record. That confidential included email and phone number and addresses. And we used to have verbiage that said, this is the board's, your best contact. It's not going to be publicly released. So it was to try to signal people when they're trying to figure out like which address and which contact information, which one will be protected and not disclosed versus which one is required by law and will be public. That I think, Dr. Patel, is that what you're kind of asking for, is some kind of verbiage that signals something, or that all of this is other than what's in the disclosure?
Yeah, the reason I bring it up is because there have been cases where patients or other folks will stalk physicians, and it's a big deal. I know we're protecting the public, but we also have to protect our licensees too.
If I could say, this personal information collection notice, it doesn't, when I read it, I don't see clarification that the above listed phone numbers will be kept private except in circumstances of subpoena or what have you. It doesn't say that.
You could use the microphone. That would help. Thank you.
Sorry, in reading the personal information collection notice on the bottom of the form, in reading that language, it doesn't specify that a daytime phone number or cell phone number will be kept private except in cases of subpoena or court order or such, which you may understand that, but I think to the average, the physician reading this just looks like we're going to do with it what we want. And if they don't want it to be released to the public, then they may not put that, but then not putting it is grounds for not giving them the license. So it's like, which lousy answer would, which lousy agreement do you want to take?
Well, I see your point, but once an investigation is occurring, I think people in general understand that you kind of lose your right, not lose your right, but we have to kind of make things public. I think that is kind of a common understanding that if something happens and you're under investigation or involved in an enforcement issue, you kind of lose some of.
No, I'm not. I absolutely agree. What I'm saying is reading this personal information collection notice, it doesn't state that it won't be released except in those circumstances. So speaking to your point, you don't want the public to have random access to your cell phone. So I think people would be much more, the doctors would be much more inclined, or applicants would be much more inclined to provide that cell number if they had the assurance, if there's some clause that says, we're not going to allow this to be public, except in cases where we're obligated to under law. But
I
that's
agree.
not really what, I don't get that when reading this collection notice. It just says, we got it and it's ours.
That's a good point.
So I think that, 1798.24 is what it points to, and that lists all the situations where it would be disclosed. I think we were trying to save space here. So I'm not sure. Let's see if we could say something like personal, while we make every effort to keep personal information confidential, information provided on this application. Sorry, I'm thinking as I type. May be transferred to the Department of Justice, a district attorney, a city attorney, or other governmental agency, or under court order or subpoena. As may be necessary to permit the board of the transferring agency to perform its statutory or constitutional duties or otherwise transferred or disclosed. Because there's a list of other ways it can be disclosed. I mean, but we could say, while we make every effort to keep personal information confidential, information provided on this application may be transferred to the Department of Justice, a district attorney, a city attorney, or to another governmental agency or under court order, discovery, or subpoena in accordance with Civil Code Section 1798.24. Would that help? Would that address it? I mean, I could put personal information confidential, including telephone numbers. I mean, I don't know if that's the only thing that's people might be concerned about.
I think the way I would look at, I would be scared to put my personal information if that was in there. But I think that that needs to be clearly, laid out. It's not clear that, if I put my phone number here, it may not be public, but I want to know that it could be released. So I agree with your verbiage, but I would expect people not to put their personal cell phone on then. They more likely would put their work phone.
So
And I mean, that's acceptable. It's whatever way the board is able to get a hold of you. And if you can get a hold of you through another number, that's fine. I mean, they don't have to give us their cell phone. I mean, that's the point, I think, is they decide what number they want to give. As long as we can reach them at that number.
I would have to just add, I don't think that any of the fields that are not included, meaning if they a work phone number, we're not going to stop the application for that purposes. We have all of your info through Breeze that we can go ahead and utilize to get a hold of you. And typically with the physician and surgeon application the first time around, we have added disclosures there as to what is going to be publicly on the website, which again just goes to the address of record. That's the only thing that is made public. Everything else is just maintained internally unless you have this type of situation. We can definitely most certainly include that language. Can tell you that this is not a mocked up application from OMBC. This is an application from other boards that they're using the same type of language. We utilize their template to kind of get an idea. So it seems to work for other boards, just to kind of give you a little bit of comfort there too.
So the standing question is, Christy provided some language that she would drop into the disclosure section. Would that satisfy the concern about identifying how this information would be used? Would it need to go somewhere else? Would that be sufficient? Both the language that she proposed as well as to be added to the disclosure, or would you want some other change in the application the way it's laid out?
Well, first of all, let me just read the revision again. So I would delete the sentence it's currently at the bottom there under the words attachment A, personal information collection notice, where it starts with information provided. I would delete that sentence and instead suggest that we put in, while we make every effort to keep personal information confidential, including telephone numbers, information provided on this application may be transferred to the Department of Justice, a district attorney, a city attorney, or to another government agency, or pursuant to court order, discovery, or subpoena in accordance with Civil Code Section 1798.24. Your address of record will be posted on the internet and be made available to the public. That way, we're being very transparent about what's going to be posted. All that's going to be posted is their address of record. So whatever they put in the address of record is what is going to be made available to the public.
I think that sounds good, Christy.
So do I.
Okay. Any other changes? Any other changes to this form?
I don't think my question got answered.
About yeah, right, exactly. That you're correct.
I think we added something that was important.
Well, yeah, I don't know if we're adding or changing or modifying.
Is it possible to maybe put primary phone and then either put like a box where where they could just check this number here is a cell phone or not cell phone? We do something like that. So instead of daytime phone, primary phone. Because when I read this, my daytime phone could be my work phone, so I'm just gonna put the same two numbers, which could be the work to the receptionist thing that you guys are talking to about. But if you say primary phone, that is different. I feel like that's my phone. And then if we just have something where you can indicate whether yes, sell no or sell yes. I'm just thinking down the road, if this is something, if these are future forms, I'm just thinking about, the appropriate data collection as we begin to communicate in other ways. Like before, we used to then ask for people's email addresses because we lived in mail. We don't live in mail per se too much anymore. We now live in email, but now we're moving to another generation of people who live by SMS.
At the board, are you able to communicate to people via text? So if you had the box that said sell, check yes, and then another box next to it saying okay to text, question mark.
I don't think we have adopted that kind of practice, doctor, only because those things can be PRA. A lot of the staff do not have work cell phones. We just, there's certain specific managers that do. So we tend not to use our cell phones because they are PRA-able. Personal
Right.
cell phones
That's
especially.
correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. Ms. Calderon's correct. There's actually a Supreme Court case on this that says that if any member of any agency, including board members, uses their cell phone or personal email accounts, they're all subject to the Public Records Act. So you need to be careful about that type of thing, opening that up to, either access by discovery and litigation if you're in, or for Public Records Act purposes, we would have to search everyone's cell phones to see if somebody wanted to do a Public Records Act request on that information. So I would recommend against it. I think my concern overall would be to just provide best available telephone number or something to that effect, because I am concerned about telling people they have to give us their cell phone because it says, the application says everything on it is mandatory. So I think that I would suggest leaving up to the discretion of the licensee what number they would like to give in light of the disclosure we're providing, that they are aware of that whatever number they give us could be disclosed to a third party because we may be compelled under these circumstances to give the information over. So they can make an informed decision and decide, which state number they think they should be given, understanding that we need a number that we can get access to them from. So I don't know, Mr. Lynn, or council, do you have a suggestion? Best available number, contact telephone number, maybe? I don't know. As opposed to work phone, daytime phone, just best contact telephone number, something like that. And then they can pick what they would like.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Christy, I think best available contact phone number.
Best available contact number in lieu of work phone and daytime phone.
I would probably keep the work phone and then a secondary best available contact number
To replace daytime.
to replace daytime.
So we don't call them at work, but we want their work phone number. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I mean, every piece of information we collect should have a reason. Otherwise, you run into the situation, every one of us has gone to the doctor's office and been given 11 forms where we have to fill out the same information, form after form after form, sometimes signing in more than one place on that form. And we all wonder, how did these forms end up this way? Right?
Yeah.
So let's not be part of that problem. Let's only collect information we want to use.
I have to say I have to agree with that. I probably would think we should leave things as is, especially if this is a template that other boards are using. Just sometimes keeping things as simple as possible is best.
So do I getting some kind of a consensus here on the changes? Like the first one would be to strike that sentence I mentioned, add the sentence I mentioned, and then replace daytime number with best available telephone contact number.
I think also work phone just got called into play. What, do we need the work phone?
Well, that I thought that I
Right.
don't know
speak-
what the recommendation is.
To clarify, I think Dr. Patel, what Dr. Swain was saying is we could remove work phone. If we're not going to use it at the board, then could it be removed so that we're not adding in additional information for no good reason?
Yeah, let's keep things as simple as possible. So I think people understand if we're asking for the phone number, it's going to be their best contact info. We can indicate that as we'd like, but I would go minimalistic here.
Dr. Patel, and Dr. Mr. Lockman, Dr. Lockman. I'm getting to know everybody. Just to clarify, we don't use the work phone to call. We try to use the personal and cell phones, but enforcement wise, we do need the work information as well. In case we have an enforcement matter and can't get a hold of you and you're trying, a doctor who is ignoring us per se, because, they don't want to speak to us about the matter. So we do encourage collecting work phones. We try not to, but for enforcement purposes, we do want those numbers in case, we can't get a hold of you. We hope that most of our communication enforcement wise starts with a letter, asking for a summary of the complaint, and whatnot. But there are times that we do not get responses, and I can tell you that a lot of licensees would like us to make an attempt before showing up at their place of work or at their home address. So just, mention that for enforcement purposes and clarification that we do not try to use it as often, but we have had to use it in situations like for enforcement cases.
Makes total sense. Thanks.
Okay, so where are we here? We're going to keep the work phone. Okay, and what about the cell phone? We're getting rid of, we're going to just say best available contact phone.
Yeah.
Not mentioning the cell phone or mentioning the cell phone?
We
We
can't.
were
seem to
going to get rid of daytime. What were you going to get rid of daytime phone and replace
Can we
it
just
with?
say primary phone? So work phone, primary phone, at least that sounds more like a personal phone as opposed to a work phone. We know what a work phone is. I think that's very clear. I think we can have consensus on it. Primary phone to me would be more of a personal phone, a phone of which we can reach you. Can we get consensus?
Do we want to just say personal phone?
I like personal phone.
Okay.
Well,
Personal.
well,
Christie?
again, I think that I would recommend that we go with the best available telephone contact number, because again, we're going to let them decide which number is the best available number for them to give us. I'm concerned about mandating we give us their primary or personal phone. I mean, primary is subject to debate as to what that means. People can argue with us about whether they gave us a primary number. Personal, I mean, if they can argue that their personal phone is not subject to public disclosure, they don't want to release it, I mean, they might have an argument there. So, but what they have to tell us is what is the best available phone number for you. It could be their personal phone, it could be a work phone. I know that when I'm working during the day, my work phone is what I look at. So I just am concerned about being too prescriptive or missing an opportunity to give people the option to decide, given the fact that we can't guarantee that their number's not going to be further redisclosed. We can't. So I would strongly suggest best available telephone contact number, and then if you want to keep the work number,
We'll move with best available phone number.
Do you hear that, Christy?
yes.
Best available.
Contact or just best available phone?
It should say phone.
Phone. Okay.
Best available phone.
Okay, I think you can, so we have those
Okay,
three
and that's
changes, yeah.
that's for both applications that you're adopting, right? Same feedback.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're talking
So-
about OMB 31 and OMB 32.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
One, two. Okay. Great conversation. Any other questions or suggestions or concerns on these two forms in specific? Okay. Erica, am I missing, right now I'm going to workload. Is there another?
If you go to the website, Terry, that packet is updated. The next one is attachment 5, which is the petition for penalty relief. And this is an application that the board was already using for our petitions. So it's been in practice. The only thing that we're doing is changing it to include the fees.
Okay, so everybody has that form in front of them, but me. So do we have any issues with the information being collected in this form?
Now, this one does have cell phone number. So if you want to make the change, we can go ahead and do that for this one as well. Correct. We would keep work and then get rid of home and cell and convert it to best available contact phone.
Okay. See, that's what these regs are about. You get to create these forms. Okay, any other concerns on this form you're looking at?
And just to clarify, this application serves a couple of purposes. It's a petition for reinstatement application as well as penalty relief. So these are individuals that were disciplined who are no longer, who are revoked, who wish to receive their license back. And in addition, those that are on probation wishing for early termination of probation or modification for their terms of probation.
Okay, so that's all the forms, right? Okay, so now I want to pivot to what we haven't discussed that I promised we'd discuss, which is workload and sort of the justification for the specific fees that we want to increase. Erica, do you want to take a lead on that?
Yeah, I can go ahead and add a little bit on this. So the goal of our fees that we are increasing for our applications is so that we can be statutorily aligned with our authority that we are able to charge that much. So we determined that this is a good way of bringing in some more revenue to the board without having to go and at a, a later time request an actual fee increase statutorily. So we do have some wiggle room where we can go ahead and increase our fees to help with revenue coming to the board. And then in terms of the petition or the petitions and early termination reinstatement, the authority was granted to us through SB 815, which was the sunset bill. So essentially, the entire packet is to not only clear up some of the language for our applications, but get us statutorily kept out for all of our applications and introduce the retired license status as well as the fees that we're given the authority to impose based on SB 815.
So for existing, I just would add, because Erica's more of an expert on these numbers is that the existing fees have not been adjusted since 1996 or 1999. So, they're well, not only are we achieving getting it at the statutory cap that we need before we could raise any other fees, but these fees have also not come in line with increases since 1996 in terms of workload, number of licensees, et cetera. So I think that's important. It's not like we increased these fees like 2 years ago. No, it's been a long time. Probably around the same time we did the regs.
And just historically, the board had in the past approved us to start the initial process to propose a regulatory change for this a couple of years ago, but the board did not act on it. So we are now acting on it. This is a big major regulatory packet that we thought was extremely important to just continue on with how we are financially. And in addition, we are, as we saw with our budget, we are going to start spending our fund condition with all of the changes that we have, the new staff, the AG augmentation. So it is proactive, in my opinion, because we're not in any kind of need for us to really be concerned about our budget. However, we will eventually, and this is a way to just kind of get us to where we feel comfortable that we are not going to have any issues in the near future.
Ms. Calderon, I'd also like to add that we're required under, again, the state administrative manual to recover all costs associated with processing and providing services within our statutory authority. And so that's really the main reason why we were proposing these changes, because the board is currently losing revenue because it's not charging the full cost for processing the applications.
Okay, so what follows is you see a series of workload charts that give you estimates. If you can see, most of them have workload estimates and costs in excess of what the fee is being either increased or created. And that is the justification for the specific amount specified in 1690. Do we have any questions related to any of those fee proposals, workload justifications, or costs?
When does this become effective?
When the regulation would be approved by the Office of Administrative Law. So that is not an exact date, and it's really hard to predict. Once it goes to the Office of Administrative Law, there are certain timeframes that they have to approve it by, but there's a long period before it gets there for that time to click. So I would estimate anywhere from a year to 2 years. Year on the short end, 2 years on the latter end.
Just confirming, there's been no increase for renewals, right? Looks like it's still 400.
Correct.
Okay.
And for the release on the change for the renewals, as Erica was saying, we would have to seek legislation for that. But we can't until we're capped out, nobody entertains the process, whether it's in the legislature, regulatory, or otherwise. There's this requirement that if you're not at your maximum authority, then you should be doing it that way first as a preparation, and nothing happens fast. So as Erica was saying, this is a proactive way to get well positioned for increasing fees, because the board will need to increase fees. Renewals would probably, the board's already approved, I think, to 800, for example. But that we can't move on that until we have brought fees up to the cap in terms of the statutory allowance. And the way that our authority is that we are allocated and authorized by legislation what is the max that we can charge for these things. We don't have independent authority, at least currently, to authorize our own increase of fees. So right now we're using the authority that we're given under the statute that we can increase up to a certain amount. And the ones that we have authority under the statute, but without a certain amount are the new ones, the petition for reinstatement and modification of penalty. That one said reasonable cost. So that's where the workload table and cost estimates come in to justify that we are meeting the statutory reasonableness for setting the fee at the fees, the 2,800 and the 1,500.
I just wanted to clarify one last thing. The retired license, that means that they can't practice medicine. Is that correct? And then they have 5 years if they want to reactivate it. But once you're retired, it's just retired for forever? That status?
Unless you reactivate it. So it's got the 5-year period is kind of like the delinquency period. You know, 5 years is if you don't renew your license and you're delinquent, then you got 5 years. Well, same thing. We're setting it up with
We're charging the amount of money. It's kind of a matter of pride, is what I'm understanding. You can't really practice medicine with it, but it means like you don't get that status of delinquency or inactivation. Is that correct?
It's mainly for the canceled, to avoid the cancellation status. Because once you're canceled, a lot of the physicians didn't like to see that in their profile. They felt like it was like them surrendering their license. And so it's to avoid the cancellation status more than anything. And you are correct with the interpretation, Dr. Patel, that they have the 5 years to come out of retirement if they wish for. If they don't, if they pass the 5-year mark, like Christy mentioned earlier, they would have to reapply, through the initial processing all over again.
You can't practice
during the retire. So it'd be just like inactive in terms of the inability to practice. You're inactive, you can't practice. You're retired, you can't practice.
Another common misinterpretation of cancellation, a lot of licensees also see that as discipline for some reason. They feel that the board, putting a cancellation notice on their license can be interpreted as discipline when it's really not, but that they don't like that language.
Okay, so I think we have some more documents here. What am I looking at? The next ones after the workload. These are the old filings that we have to include, Christy? Approval, former approval.
So this is the one from, you can see what the old rulemaking files used to look like from 1987. But the reason I asked for it to be included was because if you look at the chart for the repeal of the permit processing time, so the Permit Reform Act was a law that was enacted about 40 years ago, and it required the board to set timeframes for processing applications in regulation. That law was repealed over 20 years ago. And so the regulation was adopted by you in 1987, and it included a table. And the table is sort of looks cut off in the regulations, but it's actually, that's exactly the way it was filed. And so I didn't want anyone to think that somehow we didn't represent the text correctly in this proposal. I wanted to make sure we showed you that that's exactly what it looks like. DA for days. And so that's why it's included, just to make sure that the Office of Administrative Law, which is the agency that reviews rulemakings, understands that we correctly represented the text to the public, because failure to represent text correctly is a grounds for a kind of a do-over of a rulemaking. So we want to make sure that we're kind of dotting our I's and crossing our T's and proceeding correctly and being transparent here.
Okay, so that clarifies the remaining documents in that package that you look through. Those are what she's referring to as repealed, and as flawed as they may be, it shows everybody that they had flaws, and they're repealed. So I think that, isn't that all of the rulemaking package, or am I missing more documents?
I think that's it,
That's it.
Terry. And before we go into making a motion, I just want to take the time to thank Christy for all of her help. Regs is the least favorite of mine right now. This document that she pointed out was found in one of the boxes in the file room, and
Who found it?
I did. Luckily, every single time that I've had to pull any kind of document for Christy, I've been blessed to find it. For some reason, it always just tend to just happen for me. And so what that means is someone's looking out for us to do reg packets. I'm excited about it. I do not like them because they are a lot of work. And just Christy, I can't thank you enough for your patience and all of the amount of hours. I mean, to the last moment, as all of you know, we got some of this material, towards the end, but it is a tremendous amount of effort to put together a regulatory packet. We have multiple offices, and DCA has done a wonderful job to create this unit, because without them, some of us would be lost. So thank you, and thank you, Terry, for working so diligently with Christy. Just wanted to kind of say that publicly.
And just to add to the significance of having well-written reg packages is one of the consequences is you could go through this whole thing, all the votes, all the approval, and have it rejected, and then you start over again. So she is really advising us at all steps how to make this reg package look exactly how approved reg packages look. So that is something that we're very grateful for, Christy.
Okay, well, thank you very much, but I don't want to set us up for anything. I mean, I want to jinx ourselves, but I feel really good. I'm comfortable with all the work we put in. And I want to thank the staff and management for all the time. I would recommend perhaps doing 2 motions since we have amendments. My suggestion would be the first motion would be to approve the proposed regulatory text as provided in attachment 1 with the following changes.
It's in the memo, the last page.
If it's okay for the president, is that okay for me to just to frame it for you?
Please do.
So let's see, motion A would be 9, Machiko, and 10 would be motion B.
Okay, so I would just break it up as right now we have it like a combo motion because of course I didn't know where you might go on this. And so I would suggest doing first a motion that the board approves the proposed regulatory text as provided in attachment 1 with the following changes to proposed forms OMB 7, OMB 31, and OMB 32. Delete references to daytime number on OMB .31 and OMB .32, and home telephone number and cell phone on OMB .7, and instead add a best available telephone number reference. For changes to OMB 31 and OMB 32 under the words attachment A in the notice of collection of personal information, strike the sentence, information provided may be transferred to the Department of Justice, comma, a district attorney, comma, a city attorney, comma, or to another government agency as may be necessary to permit the board or the transferee agency to perform its statutory or constitutional duties, or otherwise transferred or disclosed as provided in Civil Code Section 1798.24, and instead add the following sentences. While we make every effort to keep personal information confidential, comma, including telephone numbers, comma, information provided on this application may be transferred to the Department of Justice, comma, a district attorney, comma, a city attorney, comma, or to another government agency, comma, or pursuant to a court order, comma, discovery or subpoena, or otherwise in accordance with Civil Code Section 1798.24, period. Your address of record will be posted on the internet and be made available to the public, period. That's the motion.
That's the first motion.
That's the first motion, correct?
Okay, so let's move forward with that motion. And
May I make one more suggestion? And I also want to compliment you, Christy. I'm kind of this is a new member, Brett Lockman speaking. I'm kind of an English geek, And I'm very impressed that there are 2 spaces after every colon and after every period, and all the apostrophes are appropriately placed. I commend you.
Thank you.
One, the only typographical error I would suggest, and maybe it's a matter between English and American English and European English, page 17, I believe.
Yes.
Page 17, the word postgraduate under B, section 1690B, I believe that is one word. Not hyphenated either.
Yeah, Terry, it's two, is it 2 words or 1 in the statute? I think it's 1 word.
Yeah, we usually have it as one word.
Yeah. So
And that's
the
in our language.
second, go ahead. Go ahead. Somebody was going to talk. I'm not
Oh,
there.
we were just clarifying that it's 16, section
Section
1690. under B,
1690.
Paragraph B, page 17.
Page 17. Okay.
Postgraduate is one word.
This is the time to make the change.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
I motion that.
Yeah.
Okay, and second? Um, We get the public comment? Okay. So we're now going to move to public comment in the room. Public comment online, moderator.
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the motion, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon and click that. Type the word comment into the text box and click send. And our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments on the motion? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, can we get a roll call?
Dr. Lockman,
Aye.
Andrew Marino,
Yes.
Dr. Patel,
Aye.
Denise Pines,
Yes.
Dr. Swain.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Christy, the second motion, you want to set it up?
So so the second motion would be to submit the approved text as discussed and approved at this meeting to the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review. And if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the text and the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received and no public hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations as noticed.
Great. Can I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Can I get a second? Great. Okay, we have a motion and a second. And moderator, do we have any comments in? Okay, moderator, do we have anyone requesting comments online?
This is the moderator. If anyone has a question on the second motion, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box and click send. And any calling users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on this second motion? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Chong, can we do a roll call?
Dr. Lockman,
Aye.
Andrew Marino,
Yes.
Dr. Patel,
Aye.
Denise Pines,
Yes.
Dr. Swain.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. So we are going to move to take a 5-minute, and I do mean a 5-minute restroom break. And we'll be back here at 3:08.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, and members, I'm going to excuse myself. This is Christy Shields. Thank you very much for all of your assistance this afternoon.
Thank you,
Bye.
Christy.
Thank you,
Christy.
Christy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, we're going to take a roll call. We're returned.
Dr. Lockman,
Present.
Andrew Marino,
Present.
Denise Pines,
Present.
Dr. Swain,
Present.
Dr. Patel.
Here.
A quorum has been established.
Great. Okay, we're going to move to agenda item 15, discussion and possible action on legislation. Ms. Thornfinson is back.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, I want to just, you have a bill list with the hyperlinks, if you'll note, of the individual bills. If you want to go into the bills, look at the analysis or whatever, that's what those are for. I want to highlight a few of the bills subject-wise, starting with the two that we actually have positions on. The other ones, I'm just going to be talking about the subject and where the status and how they went are. So the first one that we took a position on, an opposed position, was SB 1451. This was a title protection bill. So Dr. Lockman, this is kind of the bill that was referring to the question you asked earlier. And that is are different titles, specialty or otherwise, protected? And the purpose of this bill was a scaled down version from a prior bill that tried to include all the specialties so that if it wasn't in the statute, it would be defined as these titles can be used, so consumers would know that they're a real title and that they can only be used by licensed physicians and surgeons. And that bill, and I think I mentioned, but I'll mention to the group, is that bill had a lot of opposition because there were people in different professions that are not physicians and surgeons that want to use doctor or physician. And so there was kind of, a lot of back and forth. So anyways, I think they were over, that bill died, and this bill came into play in a much more scaled back. So it doesn't have any of the specialties that first bill had. The first bill was, I think, a model CMA title bill that other states evidently used to recognize title and create a title protection for those titles, both to clarify who can use the title and to let consumers know what does it mean when you see this particular title advertised. For us, what a model CMA title legislation was, I think the CMA put together a list of titles. I should say the American Medical Association, the it's AMA, and then the CMA would be the California Medical Association. Sorry. Those titles were put together to be used because doctors, physicians, and surgeons were tired of having those titles misused. So that was the original purpose of this being introduced. And in this process, they had included in the title protections for osteopathic physicians and surgeons the word osteopath, which is also a protected title, but they removed it from the bill. And that triggered the board's opposition because that is a title that is supposed to be reserved for licensed osteopathic physicians and surgeons. So we worked very closely with OPSC. It was, we did a full court press on the committee that was voting on this bill, the Senate Business and Professions Committee. And at the hearing, I was optimistic that we might have succeeded because the authors introduced the bill by saying, recognizing the Osteopathic Medical Board and OPSC as being concerned, and that she wanted to address the concerns. So I was cautiously optimistic. And then in follow-up, they did not want to change and put the bill, the name back in, because of the prior bill and an analysis that was done that says maybe it's an open question whether osteopath should be protected title. So in the end, it's not getting put back in. So that title remains available for unlicensed osteopaths, foreign trained osteopaths to use potentially. So while we did not succeed, I guess I wanted to give a shout out to OPSC. We really tried our best in terms of probably the best lobbying effort we've done to date together to try to get this one word, which I thought would be really easy, back into the statute, and it didn't go in. So it'll probably be signed into law, scaled down, no specialties, and no osteopath as the title to be protected.
So what protects us then? At this point, what language really protects us?
Well, we have osteopathic physician and surgeon.
Okay.
And then we have doctor of osteopathy. They originally had just DO, so the committee did add doctor of osteopathy. That would be the spelled out version of DO, but not osteopath. So.
And doctor of osteopathic medicine, as opposed to just doctor of osteopathy? They're both in there? Okay. Yeah, osteopath, I mean, much as I would like to keep it, it's really not used by serious doctors of osteopathic medicine in this country because it's so often confused with what's done in France and Germany and Australia and whatnot, where they are sort of a combination of physical therapy and chiropractic.
Dr. Lockman, our issue is exactly that, what you just mentioned. We do have a lot of foreign trained osteopaths that are coming to California and deceiving, unfortunately, our consumer population. And that was the efforts that we were trying to move towards, to include this language in there to help the board protect that and protect our consumers from the deception. I will tell you that it doesn't stop enforcement. If someone is practicing osteopathic services and are essentially diagnosing individuals, treating individuals, enforcement wise, it doesn't stop us to not have that. We can still move forward. We, are looking at all of our cases that we do have currently, but it does clear up a little bit of the communication with our stakeholders to make sure that these individuals are not using that word. They are, and then they also are advertising services that are only pertaining to physicians along with that word. And that's the problem, that we don't know until we actually investigate the matter if they are, essentially providing services that are within our scope. But I can tell you right now that they are advertising services and they are using that terminology. So in those efforts, we tried, like what Terry said, and unfortunately, we're just going to have to try a different way.
We could always get someone to offer a bill, right?
Right. I don't think the board has the bandwidth. I think maybe putting Holly on the spot.
Okay.
Possibly she can add comment about future plans that we would partner with them once again as well, because it was, I thought, impressive to have both the profession and the board aligned and opposing, not doing that. And the thing that, part of the thing that limits us is that people don't really know what osteopathic physicians do, and so we're constantly explaining stuff. And so one of the things that people don't also realize is that only US trained, osteopaths are able to be eligible. Osteopathic physicians are eligible to be licensed, and period. And that's not true. You heard the Mexico project with the med board. They have different standards. The medical in the MD world, they have comparable and equivalent standards across international borders. We in this profession do not. And, you know, I think for the profession and the board, it's a point of pride that, you know, osteopathic physicians and surgeons are so well educated and trained, you know, and they should be protected, which is why we took an opposed position on this. And so we didn't get it done, you know, this year, yet to be something to be pursued. But as Erica said, it doesn't prevent enforcement actions. So just not the statutory clarity that we want. Okay, any questions on that particular bill? Let's see, let's go to the next bill that we had a position on was AB 2164. And this was an issue that was raised, I think, by both boards and physicians about that maybe the way we asked the question about impairment, you know, was insensitive. And so as it turns out, we had already revised the way we worded it, and so that it just really asked the question that needed to be asked, which is not do you have an impairment in general, but do you have a condition which impairs your ability to practice medicine safely? That's the whole question. It can't be just like, you know, do you have an impairment? And our version of our application already had that shortened version. So we didn't have the concern for our application that others did, but we did make the change to relocate that question out of the enforcement section of our application so that it wouldn't be seen, you know, the concern was it was a question that would stigmatize people or applicants that were, you know, wondering should they, you know, disclose something. And the clear standard for impairment is not just any, again, impairment, but one that impedes your ability to practice medicine safely. And so Machko's already made that change. And so we're in total compliance of this law. We had asked for an amendment, a technical amendment, because they listed a section that we don't have the kind of license, a restricted license that the Med Board has, so we wanted to be excluded, but that amendment didn't go through. So we still comply with the law, and we have a nice application that I think is very acceptable to people and kind of solves the issue for that particular bill. The next one was AB 2862 Gibson, an expedite license for African American applicants. At the last meeting, we categorized this as a watch plus. I think there was some support for taking a position on this issue, but there were several major concerns which in the end stopped this bill from proceeding through the legislative cycle. It made it through the first house, which had been the assembly, and it was stopped in the Senate. The author withdrew it from both of those committees, policy committees that it was to be heard by. And the concern was, ours was, as most of the boards had, is how would you document, you know, like all of the documentation that we went through in like 1636, it says, if you want this exemption, you got to do this, this, and this. You know, if you live in a medically underserved area, what kind of documentation, et cetera. There wasn't really clear documentation on how you would be able to determine whether you'd be eligible for this expedite. And the board's experience has been, without the documentation, everybody tries to take advantage of the expedited licensure status. And so like everybody probably would claim to be African American, and without any kind of specificity, we'd suddenly see an enormous spike in potentially African American claimed applications. That was the board across the board. Other boards also had the similar concern, but an additional concern was a constitutional concern. The Supreme Court has changed much of its rulings related to constitutional race issues. And there was a feeling that this would not be, would be, if passed as is, would be unconstitutional. And so the legislature also, that was another reason I think that the bill stopped, that there was no resolution for. So maybe the documentation could have been solved, but the constitutionality could not be. So that bill we were sympathetic to, but didn't take a position on, and that bill is not going through in this. So when the sessions ends this month, it will die. The other bill, AB 2270, Mansion, is menopausal mental health or physical health. And this is adding the requirement that CME also teach menopausal mental health or physical health, added to subject matter that physicians should become aware of because there's not enough information or training on those subjects. And this bill we did not take a position on, but it is moving through, as all of the CME additional subjects proposed are going to probably be signed into law, because among other things, they don't cost money. So for a legislator, it ends up being a kind of a win-win bill. They add something that they believe is important and needed, and is a signal to, I think the way it works is like CME providers will take the signal from the legislature that these are subjects they want training on. And so then that training will be available to physicians. And it's not something that we would just look at to make sure the CME that people are submitting is acceptable. So this would be added to the list. And Denise, do you want to comment any more on that one?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm glad that it's moving forward. It's needed.
Now, there's another one on the list, AB 2581, maternal health. That applies to other boards because we already have that requirement in our CMEs. And the next one I wanted to talk about is AB 30.
May I ask a
Sure.
question without digging into the weeds of all this? When you say it's required, is it for, like, let's say primary care or is it like the pain requirements for every doctor? Because
yeah, when
I'm an interventional physiatrist. If someone walks into my office with back pain because they're pregnant, I tell them to leave and go have a baby and come back. I'm not treating your back pain while you're pregnant because it's probably due to you being pregnant, and that's not what I do.
Right. Okay. So required is the classification that we added to our regs, in the last discussion, that it is required in some form, some amount of hours. The topic is required, has to either be completed one time or all the time. So we have that one time 12-hour pain med plus a lot of alternatives that we just added. We have, oddly enough, an annual, every renewal on substance abuse or risks of controlled substance abuse, one unit that's required to be completed for every renewal. That's required. So that's a requirement. The other ones where they said, oh, you could do non-clinical work for CMEs, but you can't do more than 20% of your total hours. Those are type of requirements. Training has to not have implicit bias, has to be cultural and linguistically competent. Those are not for the licensees that they have to meet. That's for the people providing. The CME have to meet those requirements. Every other CME is discretionary, so it's not going to be required. And so most of the ones on the list that we saw in the reg package, those are the required. Everything else in that, 2190 series is in between discretionary. You could take it and it would be acceptable. So an example, there's a bill, that one, the menopausal mental health or physical health, that would be discretionary. That you wouldn't have to take it, but it could count. And if it's on the list, providers will start creating that kind of training. There's another bill, AB 319, long COVID. They're suggesting if we have that kind of training, then you'll have that available, also deemed to meet your CME requirement needs. So I wanted to highlight AB 3030, another bill, healthcare services AI disclosure. We didn't take a position on this, and I'll be honest, I didn't know that much about it, and I don't like to wander into complex bills that we don't know what we're doing. And this was one of them. I had the perception that this was for phones, like, I don't know, office reception type things. And as I watched the bill be analyzed through the different policy committees, and watch the industry weigh in on their concerns, I realized that AI was being used for medical chart notes. It was being used for more than just sort of like answering the phone. And there was some pretty compelling concern. The California Nurse Association did a study and found that AI that was used for um, transcribing medical record notes, 38% was inaccurate and to the detriment of public safety for the patient. The Hospital Association weighed in, and they said 97% of hospitals are already using AI, and that they were concerned about the penalties. So this was the first regulation the state did on AI of any sort. So what it basically did was say, if you're going to use it, you have to disclose you're using it. And number two, if you're going to use it, so the way they somewhat cured the concern about inaccuracy is that if you're going to use it for chart notes, you have to disclose that you are, or and be subject to the law, or you have to review them yourself and sign off for the quality control, and that would make you exempt from otherwise the statute. Statute didn't have that much teeth, although the Hospital Association was claiming, like, because it was located in the section that had a lot of penalties, they were concerned they'd be subject to penalties. But I guess what it triggered for me is, greater research into AI and realize, one, how it's already being used. When I looked into the way that the position by the American Osteopathic Association, they were saying that everybody, physicians and surgeons, were looking forward to having him be assisting in all the chart documentation, and paperwork that they had to do. But the concern of accuracy is still there. And so I guess, although skeletal, in the example of where somebody uses it to write notes about what was talked about in the conversation, disclosing AI doesn't prevent it. Okay. The only thing that would prevent that patient harm is the requirement that the doctor review any notes that were created or generated by AI for accuracy. So it provides some protection for consumers, but not completely. And so I raise this subject because I think it's a topic, that I know at the national level and the state level, they're looking for, I think, input on how to regulate this. So for example, and I'm not saying that this board would do that, but among other things, somewhere in the medical profession, either at the federal level or the state, there may be some decision that says, if you're going to use it to write medical chart notes, either you can't or you have to do something more than already exists, to provide the protections. None of that's been in law yet. That's what's to be discussed, but it's a hot topic. And I just pointed out the legislature's made their first pass. This bill will go into effect. It doesn't solve all of the ills that may be created by AI that would have patient harm consequences. And so it's just a topic, maybe for the future to look into. We don't really have, as the board, unfortunately, the bandwidth to do a full-blown research. But I just put it out there. I think we need to be involved and learn as much as we can. And I was talking to Dr. Patel how much is AI used in the profession, and he was telling me how it was. For the doctors on this board, what do you use AI in your
Yeah,
business?
I can add to that. My opinion on this is I don't think AI is coming. It's here. It has always been here for decades. We could argue that when I look at an EKG and the machine reads normal sinus rhythm, that's artificial intelligence reading the EKG for me. Absolutely, a doctor has to review what AI produced to verify that that's correct. So I think that if this kind of a bill is going to be out there, it can do harm actually, because what if a patient refuses using AI? Does that mean we're not going to do an EKG? Like, what is that? Where does the buck stop? So AI is here, it's been here, and it's not going anywhere. And it has completely been integrated into how I personally practice medicine. I can't speak for everybody else, but in my opinion, AI doesn't just mean generative learning and machine learning and using, AI to look at X-rays. It's not that. It needs to be defined properly for what we are trying to do in our mission to protect the public.
Yeah, I use AI all the time. It's just like we went from, if you weren't sure about something, you used to have to go pull Harrison's Internal Medicine off the shelf and use it as a reference. Then we went to Google Scholar or NCBI lookup. Now I can go to Perplexity and say, instead of going to UpToDate and having to pay for a subscription to UpToDate, I can say, Perplexity, do an NCBI search and tell me the latest research on whatever. And it will give me a list of references instantly, which is super quick. Instead of me typing it and searching and scrolling, it just gives me the top 5. And then I click on it and go, oh, that's the good one. Now, I don't put in a thing. I used AI to generate this any more than I put it in my note that I used Harrison's to look up, whatever, cholecystokinin levels. But every doc physician has to sign off on their note anyway. So I don't quite understand this idea that if we're not signing off on it, we have to declare it. Because of course we're signing off on we just have to sign our notes.
Well,
to get paid.
that's in the bill. That's what I didn't understand is everybody signing off on their notes, so it's really not going to affect what you do? Or is there an option not to sign off on the notes if you use regenerative or generative AI?
But even as a clause at the bottom of my note, I say, as the physician and author of record, this note belongs to me and I reserve the right to change it in the future if new information comes about.
Okay.
And by accepting this note for the good and valuable consideration that it provides, you accept this also. And if you don't, then you might not use my note, period. So if an attorney gets that and wants to hold that against me, I say, no, you took my note, therefore that's, that's gold.
Well, the bill seems like as long as you claim that you reviewed it, you're good. So, okay. Interesting. Then another bill, SB 1067, which is a license expedite for medically underserved areas for healing arts boards. This one already applies to the medical and osteo boards. So it didn't apply to us, didn't provide any additional. We monitored it to see if it made some changes that might affect our requirement, and it doesn't. So it's just extending that expedite for medically underserved areas to other professions that are considered healing arts, non-physician and surgeon. And another one, my last one I just wanted to highlight is up at the top, I forgot, is AB 1991, BANTA, the HCI survey, Healing Arts Workforce Data. This was one that we monitored as well, because we have a physician survey that's different than the healing arts boards. And what in the end the legislature wanted, because they were going back and forth and making all these changes that they were wanting to bring back the paper application, and we've gone electronic, and so we didn't want that undone. But in the end, what they confessed that they wanted is the National Practitioner Identifier. So this bill would require all renewal applicants, if they have a national practitioner identifier, that they're going to have to put that number in. And the legislature wanted to have that number so they could track and I can't remember exactly how they were going to use it, but they said that's the one number that we on a workforce basis can track workforce trends and efficacy on legislation. And so that was why they wanted that as opposed to like because licenses don't give you that data. They don't give you, I don't know, they're just a license. So I'm not exactly sure what they were looking for, but they said for research purposes, they wanted that national practitioner identifier number. So if you don't have one, you're not required. The medical board operates our HCI survey, so they will make the change for us when this bill goes into effect. But I thought I should alert the board that that is going to be a new requirement on the survey that licensees have to complete for every renewal online. And that's my list of bills that I wanted to highlight and the status. Any questions?
Does any board members have any questions, comments? Okay, I guess, yes. I see you chomping at the bit over there.
Afternoon, Holly, OPSC. I just want to let you all know, based on the title protection language, this has been something we've been working on for the last 2 years. And in 2025 is when OPSC will be working with OMBC on how do we add the language to your existing regulations so that you have more ability to go after, as I said earlier, bad apples, right? To be able to enforce what there is. And the title protection, when it comes to osteopath, it is part of your heritage as a DO. We want to protect that language in the state of California. AOA protects that language. So it is one of those things that we're working very hard to make sure internationally trained osteopaths who might be great at what they do are not licensed to practice medicine in the state or in the nation even. So we want to make sure that it's patient safety. We're doing our part as well as you to just ensure patient safety.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Moderator, are there any comments
Holly?
online? Oh,
Sorry. I guess my question was, in your efforts, aside from, obviously they can use the term, is there some efforts for some sort of, asterisk to be put after that to identify that they're foreign trained and not fully licensed in the US?
So currently there is no pathway for them to practice in the United States. So that is the situation. The AOA and the AOA's international group, I apologize right now, it's escaping my brain. They too are aware of it. They are working with the AOA and us on this so that we can make sure we're all coming as a united front. Obviously, internationally trained physicians, internationally trained practitioners, they serve a value and they have a value in whatever form of medicine they are practicing. But in the United States, this particular group does not have a pathway. And we just want to make sure that in the state of California, because that's what our emphasis is that patient safety is the utmost thing that we are thinking about when it comes to our physicians, because you work so hard to treat patients in a manner that is, the best that you can provide and the best that we want to have provided. This right now is a situation where there are osteopaths practicing in the state of California that are not licensed. I don't even know if they can get insurance. These are the things that we're trying to find out because they are promoting themselves as something that they are not. And it is a patient safety issue.
I did not realize they couldn't practice here at all. I just thought they couldn't label themselves as they could, as a massage therapist or body worker. I didn't realize they could.
If they are licensed to do that, but they'd have to be licensed to do that as well. If they were practicing physical therapy or massage therapy, they would have to be licensed in that area as well. And if they were presenting themselves as such, those boards would be also addressing this issue.
Well, just to add, there is a section that allows alternative medicine practitioners to call themselves as such, alternative medicine practitioners. And the specific requirement of law says you can practice that alternative type of medicine as long as you disclose to your patient that you're not licensed and that you're not licensed as whatever you're claiming you are. So that's where the osteopath comes in, is that if foreign trained osteopaths are calling themselves osteopaths and they're not disclosing the fact that they are not licensed, or they're doing any of the required licensure practices, that would be the current violation of law. Yes, they can practice as an alternative practitioner and follow the section in the BMP code that provides for alternative practitioners, which can go beyond like a sort of, for lack of a better word, like I guess it's alternative and complementary medicine is the term, is if they wanted to be in that category, there is 2 sections of law that allow them to do so. But again, they have to disclose they're not licensed. They have to disclose that they're not doing the scope of whatever someone is licensed. And there's a bunch of other kind of disclosure requirements. And so, yes, they can practice, but not as an osteopath.
Is this common? Like, this is the first I've heard of this.
It's becoming a lot more common. So I can tell you that there's a few individuals here in California that are essentially providing these services. And in terms of the deception component they're not specifically stating that they're not physicians. So they're using the word osteopath, and then any consumer who isn't aware that there is a distinction is assuming immediately, especially after seeing all the services that they're rendering, they are thinking that they are fully licensed osteopathic physicians and surgeons. And so it's part of what we do in enforcement. We look at their advertisement. We engage in possibly undercovers and or contacting the individual to specify what it is that they're providing in terms of services. The regulatory board has very limited capability of what we can do for those unlicensed individuals. We don't have the ability to cite them at this moment. We are extending our citation scope to be able to do that, but it would just, for efforts of taking action, we would be working with the DA's office. And if there isn't true, which we don't know, we have to have a good cause to actually get, one of the district attorney's office to accept our case. And usually they look at patient harm and how bad of a case it is to proceed any kind of criminal action. But generally what we're seeing is that they are not specifically stating that they are not physicians. And then with all the services, again, it's very confusing to our consumers.
So from the DA's perspective, or they're only interested in, they're not doing this proactively? Like they're waiting for someone to be harmed before they take?
No.
No.
They for unlicensed practice, there's an administrative action, which is what the board has authority to bring administrative. And then there's a criminal penal code that says that it's a crime to practice, in some scope that, right, without a license. So because of the penal code, we can't enforce any penal codes. That's where the DA comes in. So what ends up happening is they don't wait for patient harm, but you compete at each of the county DA levels with their discretion to bring prosecution. And so DAs have the discretion they don't necessarily bring cases for every single thing. They decide which cases. So part of that is a process that boards work with local DAs when we have unlicensed practice to say, hey, would you bring an action? And then once that action occurs, then we can take our action as well. So
isn't Ray Bonta the Attorney General?
Yes.
So can that be just, if the DA is using their discretion to simply not take action, can you just bring it up the chain? And how much money is there? I mean, a lot of times it's going to come down to resources.
Well, under our current citations, which is what we have authority to do, the max is $5,000. In my experience, sometimes that's so small that people use it as the cost of doing business. So I think in terms of unlicensed practice, it's something the legislature's always asking the board about and input. In the past, we've given them the input that you might want to increase the the fine so that it really hurts and is a deterrent other than $5,000. But at this point, that's what it is. And I don't know what the Attorney General's relation would, I mean, the Attorney General does do criminal matters as well, but I don't know what their interaction with the DA's jurisdiction is.
Chief England Board Counsel, my understanding is just local district attorney's offices are separate entities, and they don't necessarily coordinate with the Attorney General's office. The attorneys generals, at least in like the normal criminal context, is more for appellate matters. But in kind of the healthcare context, I understand they also have another division that handles that. Disclaimer: I haven't worked for the Attorney General's office, but this is just my understanding of how that's organized.
Okay, thank you. Does that help with clarification? There's more to
Which
do on it.
clarifies how weak everything is.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move to, are there any, moderator, are there any members of the public that want to make a comment?
Let's find out. If anyone would like to make a comment, please look for either the hand icon and click that to raise your hand, or you may look for the question mark icon, click that, type the word comment in the text box and click send, and our call-in users may press *3 to raise their hand. Are there any comments on this issue? I do not see any requests for comment. Shall I close the public comment feature?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving to our last, thank you, Terry, for that.
You're welcome.
We are moving to our last agenda item, which is item number 16, future items on the agenda. So I want to mention that we, have a presentation at our next board meeting, which is in November, on the aging brain. But I like to propose 2 items. I'd like to propose that the Attorney General provide a detailed presentation on the disciplinary process to help onboard our incoming board members. And then second, I'd like to propose establishing 3 committees: an executive committee, a licensing and discipline committee, and perhaps an education committee. So that would be 4. So 4 committees: executive, licensing, discipline, and education committee. So we'll talk about that at our November meeting. And then the last thing is to talk about us doing a Ledge Day. This is something that we did at Medical Board and really helped for our legislators to know who we are, what we do, what we represent, and to advocate or get their support on bills that were important to us or regulations that were important to us. So I think it's time for us to, as a board, to move forward to introducing ourselves and talking with our legislators. So those are future agenda items. Are there any board members that want to consider a future agenda item?
President Pines, I agree with everything you're saying, and I think it's really timely that we start to do more engagement with the public. A lot of, as we have found, talked about during this whole meeting, a lot of people don't know what a DO is. There's a lot of confusion. When I was getting my rental car and I showed them my card, they said, "What are those letters behind your name? What does that mean?" And so I get that almost every day. I think, especially with all eyes on Los Angeles coming up in the next several years, it's really going to be important to put ourselves out there. And so in terms of the committees that you mentioned, I think an outreach committee or some sort of public engagement, just the osteopathic profession has tried so hard to explain what a DO is for years and years and years. The AOA, OFPSC, I know. And I don't think there's been really much success. So I think the onus is really on us to kind of help take some charge and really explain to the public who we are and that we exist and how, what our mission is. Yeah.
Okay, great. Any other Comments on future agenda items? Any comments on members in, in the room? Moderator? Any comments from the public?
Let's find out. If anyone would like to suggest a comment, a topic for a future meeting, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. You may look for the question mark icon, type the word comment in the text box, and then click send. And our call-in users may press *3. We do have a request for comment from Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, I'll send you a request to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. And you're unmuted.
Ramos, and I'm a consumer watchdog. First off, I want to thank Board President Pines. We completely agree with some of your ideas for future agenda items. We have a couple of our own. We would like to see the board invite the Department of Public Health to your board meeting to discuss how you both can work together to ensure that the CDPH is providing you, this board, with information they receive regarding hospital disciplinary actions, loss of hospital privileges, never events, those occasions when CDPH cites a hospital for not reporting, etc. And also, we're asking for a presentation discussion on the special statute of limitations for minor children, how often this board is following it, and on which occasions they are not adhering to the special statute and why. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving to agenda item number 17 called adjournment. Oh, wait, we have
Just a quick announcement. Our next board meeting is scheduled for November 14th. It is at a different location that some of us are not used to going, but I think Denise, it's a familiar location for you. It's the Evergreen Hearing Room. It is at the 2005 Evergreen Street. So what we call HQ3. We have headquarters 1, headquarters 2, and then this is now officially considered HQ3. But that is at where the Medical Board of California is housed. I just wanted to let the members know, since we typically do not have our board meetings at that location. So this will be new for a lot of us.
the time is 3:58 p.m. and our meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.